Good morning, everybody. Please be seated. So welcome, everyone, to our County Council meeting. It is Wednesday, May 27th, 2026. It's 9:30 a.m., and I'm calling this meeting to order. As we gather here today, we acknowledge on behalf of the County of Renfrew and our community that we are meeting on the traditional and unceded territory of the Algonquin people. The County of Renfrew was established in 1861 on these lands, which have been cared for by the Algonquin people for thousands of years. We express our gratitude to the Algonquin people for their stewardship of this land and honor their rich history and culture. We also thank all the generations of Indigenous peoples who have maintained a deep connection to this territory, and we are committed to fostering respect, reconciliation, and understanding. And now, if you would please join me in standing for a moment of silent reflection.
Our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us common.
Car ton bras s'est porté l'épée, il s'est porté la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits.
God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Please be seated. I appreciate the effort. That was really good, guys. I was very impressed. Madam Clerk, would you please do roll call?
Yes, and good morning. Councillor Brose,
Present.
Councillor Doncaster, Councillor Donahue,
Here.
Councillor Emo,
Present.
Councillor Giardini,
Present.
Councillor Grills, Councillor Hoddenot,
Present.
Councillor Yon, Councillor Lynch,
Here.
Councillor Mayville,
Present.
Warden Murphy,
Here.
Councillor Nicholson,
Here.
Councillor Proctor,
Here, here.
Councillor Service,
Here.
Councillor Schulist,
Yotiam Diso.
Councillor Watt,
Present.
and Councillor Ware.
Here, here, here.
Thank you, and we have quorum.
People are really excited to be here today, apparently. That's right. Gwen is reminding you only get one paycheck. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest or the general nature thereof? I see none. Could I have a resolution that the minutes of the County Council meeting of May 13th, 2026 be adopted. May I have a mover and seconder, please? Moved by the member from North Algonah-Wilberforce, second by the member from Greater Madawaska. Were there any errors or omissions? I see none. All in favor? Thank you, Council. Good morning, members of Council, staff, and those joining us today. Since our last meeting, I've had the pleasure of attending a number of events and engagements across Renfrew County. On May 19th, I was pleased to attend the ribbon cutting of our new affordable housing units at 135 Francis Street in the town of Renfrew. This project represents an important investment in our community, contributing to the Renfrew County Housing Corporation's portfolio. It was encouraging to see collaboration between the county, the province, and the town, along with many external partners, come to life in a way that will provide safe, efficient, and accessible housing options for residents. During the week of May 17th to 23rd, we recognized Paramedic Week an opportunity to acknowledge the dedication and professionalism of our paramedics and frontline emergency responders. Their commitment to delivering high-quality care, often in challenging circumstances, is vital to the health and well-being of residents across Renfrew County. We also recognize National Public Works Week, celebrating the dedicated professionals who keep our communities running every day. From maintaining roads and bridges to supporting essential infrastructure across the county, their work, often behind the scenes, is critical to public safety and quality of life. Council extends sincere appreciation to both the paramedics and the public works staff for their ongoing commitment and expertise. As always, I am grateful for the opportunity to represent the county and to connect with our municipal partners, community organizations, and residents, such as the Garrison Petawawa Business Lunch held on June 4th. These engagements continue to highlight the strength of our communities and value the collaboration across all levels of government and service delivery. With nominations now open for the upcoming elections, I would like to take a moment to recognize the commitment it takes for individuals to step forward and serve their communities. It is not always an easy decision, particularly in today's environment. I encourage everyone, both around this table and in the broader community, to lead with respect in all conversations, including those that take place online. Healthy discussions and differing perspectives are part of a strong democracy, but they should always be grounded in civility. Creating a respectful environment is essential if we want to continue to attract dedicated individuals to local government. I would also remind members that the work that we do here at County Council carries into our local municipalities. The way we speak about county matters, and how we support one another and our staff plays an important role in maintaining trust, clarity, and confidence in our shared governance. We continue to reinforce our why statement across the corporation to cultivate a compassionate, collaborative, creative, and inclusive environment, providing our community with meaningful support and innovative solutions. I will remind those assembled here of the following: the County of Renfrew, experience our history, share our future. This concludes my address for this session of County Council. Thank you, and it's a beautiful day to govern. And now I will turn it over to Chair Brose to introduce our delegation, please.
Thank you, Madam Warden, and it's with great pleasure this morning that I welcome Steffi Van Wyck, the Chair, and Michelle Logan, Vice Chair of the Ottawa Valley Tourist Association Board of Directors, who are here today to provide an update on the state of tourism in Renfrew County and the Ottawa Valley. The OVTA is the destination marketing organization for Renfrew County and the City of Pembroke and is responsible for leading tourism development and marketing for the region. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today. With County Council, we're here on behalf of the OVTA, the Ottawa Valley Tourist Association, to share an update on the state of tourism in the Ottawa Valley, the momentum we're seeing across the sector, and the opportunities that are ahead. Tourism continues to be an important economic driver for our communities, supporting local businesses, jobs, investment, and quality of life in the county.
So today we'd like to walk you through the current tourism impacts and trends, the work the OVTA is doing to support the industry, strategic marketing and partnerships, and the role tools like the Municipality Accommodation Tax, or the MAT tax, can play in long-term tourism development. Tourism in the Ottawa Valley continues to grow in very meaningful ways. The region now supports approximately 525 tourism-related businesses and nearly 3,000 jobs. What's especially encouraging is the strength of the accommodation sector, where we're seeing increases both in daily rates and in overnight stays. That tells us visitors are not only coming, but they're staying longer and spending more. Food and beverage continues to be a major driver as well, representing nearly half of the sector's activity.
These numbers reinforce something that we all know, which is that tourism isn't just recreation, it's economic development. Every visitor supports restaurants, retail shops, accommodations, attractions, gas stations, events, local employment across all of our communities. Visitor confidence in the Ottawa Valley remains very strong. Sentiment scores remain high, and businesses are seeing more online engagement and reviews than ever before. Importantly, 65% of tourism businesses reported stable or increased visitation in 2025 compared to 2024. Many operators also report being heavily dependent on visitors versus residents as their main customers, with some noting 80% and 100% reliance on the visitor market.
That highlights why we've continued to the continued investment in destination development and tourism and marketing matters. When tourism succeeds, many small businesses across the county succeed alongside it. Tourism isn't just nice to have, it's essential to our local economy. Following with that, the OVTA itself continues to grow. Membership has increased 6% in 2025, reaching 350 members, and our tourism industry newsletter continues to also expand its reach. This growth reflects strong engagement from tourism operators who see value in collaboration and regional promotion.
What's encouraging is that this growth includes businesses of all sizes, from major operations to small independent businesses, artisans, accommodations, restaurants, and experience providers. Our digital reach continues to grow significantly year over year. We've seen substantial increases on impressions, engagement, and reach across our platforms, in some areas exceeding 100% growth. That means more people are discovering the Ottawa Valley online and engaging with our content before they decide to travel.
Digital marketing is one of our most effective ways to attract visitors today. Strong storytelling, itineraries, and social campaigns are helping position the Ottawa Valley as the destination people actively seek out, not just pass through. Tourism growth doesn't happen in isolation. It depends on collaboration and positive relationships between municipalities, businesses, organizations, and regional partners. The OVTA continues to work collectively to align marketing efforts, support events, and amplify local experiences.
These partnerships allow us to stretch resources further and create stronger collective regional identity, domestically and internationally. Our approach is strategic and targeted. We focus on digital, print, and social media campaigns, owned, earned, and paid media, partnerships, of course, and supporting the network of 14 visitor information centers throughout the Ottawa Valley.
Today, we've noticed that the visitor's journey starts online. That means that we need to meet travelers where they are through mobile content and authentic storytelling. We are seeing tangible results through these efforts. The Ottawa Valley has recently featured through partnership campaigns with Destination Ontario, the Ontario Highlands Tourism Association, our media outlets, including the Weather Network and the Eastern Ontario Business Journal. These partnerships help evaluate our profile in communities and audiences well beyond this region.
Programs like the TAP and Cork Passport are also helping to support the intra-provincial travel and encourage visitors to explore multiple communities and extend their stays. Influencer partnerships and social storytelling are now a major part of tourism marketing. Authentic experiences that are shared online help build trust and inspire travel decisions in ways traditional advertising often can't. In 2025, some of these stories included an influencer named @JessCanEat, who featured a visit to Grant Settlement Farm on March 24th. Then we also see the Hike and Seek, an influencer partnership with the town of Renfrew and the Renfrew BIA that happened on August 19th. And then we have Sujano's, I don't know this person, but Sujano's Travel invited OVTA, Canada Blogs, and Discover Eganville to collaborate on their reel about a visit to the Bonnechere Caves in June 2025.
When creators showcase hiking, food producers, events, and local businesses here in the Ottawa Valley, they introduce an entirely new audience to the region. We also want to highlight the role of the municipal accommodation tax, or the MAT tax for short, across Ontario. Currently, there are 73 Ontario municipalities that have implemented the MAT. Both locally in Pembroke and Petawawa, we've already seen strong returns. Pembroke has generated approximately $360,000 and Petawawa approximately $206,000 in 2025. In both cases, a portion of these funds directly support destination marketing and tourism development through the OVTA.
Nope. Same Clyde. Go back. This creates a sustainable funding model where visitor-generated revenue is then reinvested back into tourism growth. We're also seeing regional examples emerge across Ontario. Working with their 4 municipalities, Haliburton County has implemented the MAT and a short-term bylaw across their region and have been collecting since October 2024. They are now working to establish a municipal services corporation who will administer 50% of the funds for tourism development and marketing. Haliburton chose to go the way of a municipal services corp because they do not have a separate destination marketing organization. Their model demonstrates how municipalities can collaborate regionally while reinvesting tourism dollars into shared economic development opportunities. Opportunities and priorities.
While we recognize that the Haliburton County is much smaller than the Renfrew County with fewer municipalities, these are avenues of path forward and regional implementation. We remain committed to our position with regional implementation across the Renfrew County and supporting local municipalities through the revenue generating tool that does not draw from local tax base. Pembroke's strategy is really about positioning the city as the heart of the Ottawa Valley, with a strong focus on culinary, culture, and downtown experiences. We're building on key assets like a walkable downtown, diverse restaurants, murals, waterfronts, and trail connections. A big priority coming out of the partner engagement is collaboration. Creating packaged experiences, themed itineraries, and aligning events to encouraging visitors to stay longer.
From a marketing perspective, OVTA is using a full mix of digital, influencer, and regional campaigns supported by a strong seasonal content. We're also investing in the industry itself through training, product development, and marketing supports for local businesses. Ultimately, the goal is to increase visitation, extend stays, and strengthen Pembroke's downtown as a year-round tourism driver. Petawawa's strategy is centered around its identity as a dynamic, inclusive outdoor destination. It really leans into its strengths, which is outdoor recreation, the Ottawa River, trails, events, and its proximity to Algonquin Park. Through engagement with local operators, we heard a strong need for collaboration, especially through packaging experiences and leveraging inclusive tourism offerings.
Marketing, we are following a similar integrated approach with seasonal campaigns and a strong emphasis on outdoor storytelling and experiences. There is also a focus on industry development, providing training in areas like marketing, sales, and Indigenous awareness. Our goal here is to grow visitation year-round while ensuring stable tourism development in an exclusive and a reflective way of the community. One of the most important takeaways is that tourism investment creates momentum. Reinvesting in tourism dollars into events, marketing, product development, and partnerships helps build stronger destinations over time. The OVTA launched the Tourism Development and Sponsorship Fund in April in Petawawa with 3 successful applicants, and Pembroke's going to be following shortly with that launch as well.
This increase in funding is also providing the opportunity to participate in larger marketing opportunities and campaigns, something we have not been able to do in the past due to limiting marketing funds. These are just some of the positive impacts the MAT can do. A blank screen. Yesterday, you all received an invitation for a bus tour for elected officials, which is happening on June 16th. This year's bus tour is focusing on tourism, and we are very excited about that. So hopefully you can join. And then now we want to acknowledge the leadership and volunteer commitment of the OVTA Board of Directors, representing a wide range of the Ottawa Valley tourism sector and municipal leadership. Thanks, team.
And thank you again to the County Council for your continued support in the tourism and visitor economy. The Ottawa Valley continues to build momentum as a destination. With continued collaboration, investment, and regional partnership, we believe the opportunities ahead are substantial. Thank you, and we're happy to answer any questions.
I like the tag team approach.
Thank you.
It's like you sort of rehearsed it. I like it. Are there any questions, comments? Member from Killaloe, Haggerty, and Richards, please.
Thank you, Chair. Great presentation. Really informative. And I have one question. I love numbers. And one number that seems to be missing, and I wonder if you could do this. So in regards to the amount of visitors that come to Renfrew County, is there a stat that shows the number of first-timers or repeat people? Because I think that's a very important fact to put in.
Yeah, we're looking into ways to be able to track things like that more, and right now there's no way to track that specific, like following quantity. Yeah, unfortunately. But let me know if you want to create a software we can use.
We can implement.
I think KH&R is on the hook for some software. Go ahead, member from Greater Madawaska.
Thank you, and through you, Warden. I just want to thank you for this presentation. The way it flowed between the two of you shows the effort and professionalism of the OVTA and their leadership. The way you were able to go off each other and also keep it light and entertaining while still providing the information to us. So I thank you for that.
Thanks, Rob.
Thank you, Rob.
Anything further? A member from Arm Prior, please.
Thank you, Warden. Great presentation. Thank you. Question is, B&Bs and air nubs, are they part of the MAT?
That's a good question. Reporting from the back.
Over to you in the studio, Melissa.
Good morning, and thank you, and through you, Warden, to the councillor from Arm Prior. Each municipality can design the implementation of the MAT, so we're seeing it applied in two different ways between Pembroke and Petawawa. Petawawa is applying it to 5 hotels only. Pembroke is applying it to all of their accommodations across the city, including their municipal campground. But it is up to the municipality to decide on the implementation.
Thank you for that. Member from Renfrew, did you have, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. A great presentation, and as my friend Killaloe Haggerty Richards indicates, I think we all love numbers, and so that's always very helpful for us. What's next? You know, we went from cottages and small resorts, 20 years ago to hiking and being active, and then we went to geocaching. It was the big thing. We've moved along towards whitewater, and that's held steady, in snowmobiling, and now we're looking at cycling and more active forms of transportation, of participation. So what's next? What's the current trend or something that you see trending that we can start paying attention to when we're at conferences to bring back more ideas?
Pokemon Go.
Correct. Do you want me to take it? If you yeah, I think it's hard to know. It's hard to know and track and predict trends. But I think what's never going to be bad is to lean into the assets that we have in our communities. And right now, the assets that we have are also very attractive and perhaps on trend. Hopefully, a trend that doesn't leave, but is outdoor recreation. That's inclusive of a variety of people with like different types of pursuit in the outdoors. And then that's nice because it brings in the whole variety of the tourism sector when that's like gas stations, restaurants, accommodations, and attractions like in each community. When we kind of lean into helping people pursue adventures in the outdoors and the assets that are unique to each of our locations as a rural destination. Does that answer your question?
Member, oh, you do have a supplementary. Okay, sorry.
Yes, supplement. Yes, that does. Thank you. And the next, my next question is, you mentioned that most of our members are dependent upon out of county visitors. Is there a means of increasing the in-county day travel, 2-day travel, event-specific travel? Is there a means of increasing that? Do you think there's a strategy forward? How would we participate in that? What kind of, is there a model that we can take a look at that would allow us on the local level to encourage more participation from others outside of our individual communities and then from our communities to others?
Nice. Do you want to speak on that, or do you want me to?
What we're finding in order to get people to stay longer and to have more local individuals participate in these events and potentially spend time in the towns is the hotels and the accommodators coming together to also offer discounts to people who maybe want a night away, but it's not that far. They don't seem to be able to justify the expense by the collaborators and the accommodators coming together and offering those discounted stays. We're kind of making it more appealing for individuals to spend that extra night out.
Thank you for that. Member from Whitewater, please.
Thanks, Warden. What's coming next? I'll throw out Whitewater Beer Spa. That's what's coming next. I think July 1st, we're going to open our beer
I'm sorry, can you repeat those words?
It's Whitewater Beer Spa, opening July 1st. That's the next thing that we've seen. So anyway, put that on your calendar. 2 questions. The first one is about investment and opportunities to access funds. And sorry, this might come to Melissa. When I talk to tourism operators, they're saying, like, where is the next opportunity? We've seen Experience Ontario be one avenue for funds. I'm not sure if the hype has a tourism component within it. Community Futures might be a way for the larger operators to seek low or easy to access funds, but is there anything that OVTA can point at as potential sources of funds for tourism operators that are looking for investments?
We're going to send it over to Melissa in the studio. Yeah.
Thank you, and through you, Warden. The municipal accommodation tax is one of those opportunities, I would say. And we're seeing that with our rollout in Pembroke and Petawawa, where we've launched development and sponsorship funds for those 2 communities. There is limited funding at the provincial and federal levels for tourism. The FedDev has canceled their tourism development fund that they had running for the past couple of years, and that we're seeing as a huge loss to the tourism sector. As you mentioned, Experience Ontario is a good one. The Rural Opportunities Development Program that has come out by Rural Affairs does have a tourism component to it. So that is available, and that comes, I think the next funding stream comes out later this summer. But yeah, locally, the Community Futures would be the other one, but tourism funding just across the board, provincially and nationally, is limited.
So I want to blend Peter and Neil's questions together, because we saw that the province just broke ground on the new Ontario Science Centre lands down at Ontario Place. And I think when we talk about funds and we talk about what should we be advocating for when we go to these conferences, they have to remember that it's great. The Ontario Science Centre is very important, but they can't forget about rural Ontario and our needs as well, because the more you watch and listen to the news, the more you're hearing people are staying in Canada. They're staying in Ontario. They are looking for 2-day drives. I mean, for some of us, it takes 2 days just to go to Head Clara Mariah. So, we want to experience all that we have in the county of Renfrew and bring that market that aren't leaving Ontario. Let's bring them here. I'm sorry. Member from North Algona, did you have your hand up? Go ahead. Sorry, I interjected there just because those 2 played so lovely together.
Thank you, Warden. And I did also just want to follow up on that, because I want to congratulate both the town of Petawawa and the city of Pembroke for taking the plunge and implementing the MAT tax. And it has proven successful because, as we know, in these council chambers 4 years ago, there was quite a pushback on going down that road. But now we're starting to see some of the success from those programs. So there is funding there, and I just wanted to also touch on when we talk about visitors getting to Renfrew County and some of the tourism attractions, something that came to light at our last OVTA meeting was hearing from Wilderness Tours that one of the challenges they have when they go to the events in the various cities, that what they're hearing is that how do we get there? Transportation is still a major hurdle. And so when we talk about funding, I think that's an area we have to really advocate for as well, is how can we improve our transportation to get people into Renfrew County? Thank you.
Great point. And our former MPP would always say when he was the Minister of Natural Resources and Forestry, he could fly in to Timmins, he could fly into North Bay. We're kind of the only geographic area where you can fly into Ottawa, but then you've got, it's a drive. A member from Evanston Bromley, please.
Thank you. You could probably fly into the Pembroke Airport as well. I think that would be an opportunity.
I would love that.
My question is the United States seems to have embarked on a novel tourism attraction philosophy. The drop, and I'm just looking at the data, this was just released recently from the National Travel and Tourism Office in the United States. And this is 2025 over 2024. But Canada dropped from 20 million visits in 24 to 16 million in 25. But it doesn't just end there. Germany is down 225,000 visitors to the United States. India is down 130,000. Is the data that is being collected, and how granular does it get in terms of I guess I'm going to say anecdotal, i.e. COVID had a tremendous boost for domestic tourism, probably around the globe, because you couldn't travel. But we're seeing that now. This is not viral made, this is man-made, an opportunity here. I guess two questions, Madam Warden. Are you actually seeing that and tracking that on the ground in 2025? And are you tailoring marketing strategies towards that, hey, we're like them but friendly? You don't have to hand over your cell phone when you come here. Those sorts of things.
Michelle and I can speak on behalf of our organizations and our individual stats, and maybe our team can talk about the stats overall, but we're seeing an increase of Canadians visiting who would otherwise visit the States in 2025 and also 2026 now. We're also seeing an increase of European travelers who would otherwise be going to the States. And then we're seeing a mix of increase and decrease from Americans for different reasons. I don't know if you want to speak to individual stats, and we'll kind of go back to you again, Melissa.
Yeah, I'm seeing very similar trends in the hospitality sector of our growth and where our geographics are kind of landing. We are definitely seeing more European travelers heavily coming to the area, as well as the decrease and increase depending on the sector and the time of year from the States. So it's a little bit hard to judge that data currently, but definitely the increase of local traffic and heading in that direction with our marketing seems to be bringing people closer to the Ottawa Valley.
So going back to the councillor from Killaloo, Haggerty, and Richards, you are tracking country of origin, city of, okay.
On an individual company basis, and that's our, it's literally asking every visitor. My team is trained to ask every visitor, and so the member from Killaloo, Haggerty, and Richards could I guess survey the business owners in your region to individually to see what their strategies are for tracking that, but there's no software that would track travelers in that way. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. Did you have anything to add, Melissa? No, you're good? Okay. Did you have a second question? Or were those two questions?
Well, I did actually. The second one, and we're too far along now because we're on the cusp of the World Cup. Pretty unique opportunity, I think, in everybody's lifetime. Montreal Olympics perhaps was the last time, certainly in Eastern Canada, when we had this sort of opportunity. And I don't even know which countries, what pool is playing in the Toronto region. But a pretty unique opportunity to reach out to a lot of international travelers that are coming to Toronto because they are soccer mad, or football mad, as everywhere in the world but North America calls it. Have we tailored any marketing to coincide with that?
Melissa is nodding. Did you want her to answer?
Thank you, and through you, Warden. Yes, we actually have 2 campaigns going on in Toronto right now. There are a lot of restrictions around advertising and promoting around the FIFA Cup, so we're not allowed to use the word FIFA in any of our advertising or marketing, or because of the trademarks. But we do have 2 campaigns that are kicking off, I think, later this month and in July, that are basically to promote visitation to rural and to the Ottawa Valley. And I think our tagline is "Exploring Beyond the Match" is what we're using right now. So people along the Don Valley Parkway will be seeing big ads on the big digital screens, and there's print ads going into the Toronto Star, National Post, and the Globe and Mail.
That's awesome. Craig's online. I hope he heard you mention the Don Valley Parkway, because I know how much is he texting? I know how much he loves sitting on the Don Valley Parkway, and so, he'll have something to read. I've got KH&R, Greater Madawaska, and then Laurentian Hills, and then Petawawa. Go ahead.
Thank you. I didn't realize stats was going to take over the whole meeting, but it is a good thing. But economic development, there are so many intrinsic little things that impact it. Like, not that it's little, but your road system. That is so important, that your roads are up to date and people love driving. It'll be interesting to see at the end of this year, with the crazy gas prices, how many people are actually traveling on our roads, because that is a big impact. It may be cheaper to drive on our well-maintained roads as opposed to taking a plane to the south. It'll be interesting to see how this falls out.
And it's funny when we talk about Europeans, we drive further to work than they do to holiday. So a drive from Toronto or wherever they're staying on the outskirts in the GTA, I know Prince Edward County even has a huge marketing campaign going on right now. It'll be interesting how many of them go, 4 hours. That's ridiculous. Member from no, you're good. Okay, I've got Laurentian Hills and then Petawawa.
Thank you. A great presentation. So I was at an event at one of our local businesses in Laurentian Hills, Forest Cove Alpacas, and they said one of the things they have is they have opened up their parking lot for KOA campers. And they go through there and they stay. So is that a statistic that you also keep track of?
I personally don't track KOAs, but Melissa might know something about that.
Thank you, and through you, Warden. We don't specifically track at specific campgrounds. We would track, people coming for the activity of camping per se, but not necessarily who's coming to what specific campground, if that kind of helps answer your question. Tourism tracking is a really difficult thing to do.
I have no doubt.
Yeah.
Member from Petawawa, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, thanks for your presentation, and thanks to you and your team for working with Petawawa, our Economic Development Department, our Tourism Department, in using the MAT tax dollars to promote our community. We're pretty excited. This is the first year we'll actually put all this funding to work to promote the community. So we're hopeful that we'll see tangible results. But again, I hear everybody talking. How do you, quantify whether more people are coming to your community? So I guess my question is, do hotels collect where people are coming from? Can you use that as a stat? And in Petawawa, we don't really have places like wilderness tours or big tourist attractions that may keep those stats as well. So is that our only option?
From the hospitality standpoint, we do track every guest, where they're coming from, what brings them to the area. My hotel specifically, what's bringing you to the Ottawa Valley today? What can we capitalize on? What data can we collect? And then we also have a hotel GM association board that we get together every couple of months, and we can chat about where our visitors are coming from, where we're seeing advantages and disadvantages in the industry. But it's kind of individualistically coming together. There's no raw way to really track it outside of just doing reservation activity reports, essentially.
Leaning in and reaching it out to your business organizations, so your BIAs and your accommodation associations, and they're doing the groundwork when the software science is kind of a cool idea, but not an implemented possibility. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Thank you, and through you. There are a number of tools and programs and platforms for tracking visitation. The great thing with the implementation of the municipal accommodation tax in Petawawa and Pembroke is we'll be getting directly the occupancy levels coming in at that, which will show us where occupancy levels are increasing along the way. We also have our 14 Ottawa Valley Visitor Information Centers that are across the region that all track on varying levels the reason that visitors are stopping in at the visitor information centers, why they're coming to the Ottawa Valley. We also pull information and data from Destination Ontario, Destination Canada, Stats Canada, also social media habits and things like that. So we pull in from a lot of different various aspects. But specifically with the accommodation sector and the municipal accommodation tax, that is giving us accurate, timely data on where the occupancy levels and rates are happening across the region.
Excellent. You had something else? Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just to follow up, I noticed that you're often bringing groups from international areas and showcasing certain areas in the valley. And I understand you hit all the hot spots like wilderness tours, the caves. Petawawa has none of that. We're just a really nice place. I'm just wondering how we get...
Hot spot. Don't lose your credit.
I think Gary's going to we've got such a nice mayor.
Nobody wants to come and see me. I'm just wondering how we get a group like that to just come and see Petawawa. How do we get on the tour?
Utilizing your events would probably be the best way to do it, like your Water and Dirt Festival. If we can bring in individuals to highlight those specific events that happen in Petawawa, would really be the best way to highlight the township of Petawawa.
All right, if that's all we've got, I heard you also mention Discover Eganville, and one of the things that we've just done through our Eganville and Area Community Development Group are Discover Eganville socials. We have a new administrator who is out every morning between 5 and 7 a.m. taking the most amazing photos and getting so much traction where we're starting to see comments on our socials saying, we're coming to visit Eganville, we're coming to visit Bonachere Valley, we're coming to the caves, and that to me, it's just been in the last month that the new admin has come on, and it has been, it's incredible the amount of traction we've gotten, so that I think that's one way, because when you talk about a MAT tax, Bonachere Valley doesn't have any hotels, so we can't benefit from that, unfortunately. Anyway, thank you so much.
Unless it's implemented countywide.
True. Oh, Gary's not going to like that. He missed it, though. Thank you so much. This was fantastic. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, the member from Horton is getting the last word.
Oh, well, that's a challenge now. Thank you so much for this presentation. It's wonderful. Representing Horton, I look with envy at times of some of the opportunities and some of the engagements that you have. So leaving you with some ideas for future engagement of smaller townships where we've got a wonderful amount of fork to table, destination areas that they may not be of the same size of what you're used to. So any ideas that you have to pull attention to those, gain attention. I don't want to touch the municipal tax topic with it, but I'd be greatly appreciative of that going forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Go and enjoy this beautiful day. Thank you, Melissa. You were very helpful back there. All right. Is there any correspondence?
Any correspondence received will be directed to the individual committees.
Thank you very much. And now I will turn this over to Chair Donahue with the Health Committee report, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Banner Day today. Health Committee has 2 items. To the Council of the Corporation of the County of Renfrew, members of County Council, we, your Committee of the Whole for Health, wish to report and recommend as follows. On resolutions, the emergency response vehicles. Resolution number H-CC-26-05-42, moved by myself, seconded by committee. That County Council approve the purchase of 4 emergency response vehicles not included in the 2026 budget at a total cost of $380,000, which is $75,000 per vehicle, plus approximately $20,000 per vehicle for upfitting, and that additional costs of upfitting to meet the emergency response vehicle standard will be accomplished in-house at a minimal cost compared to traditional purchases, and that the vehicle acquisition will be financed through a capital lease, and Madam Warden, the background is attached. Moving on to bylaws, a lease agreement for office space for Renfrew County Virtual Triage and Assessment Center. And it is resolution number H-CC-26-05-43. Once again, moved by myself, seconded by committee. That County Council adopt a bylaw authorizing the Warden and Chief Administrative Officer to sign the lease agreement between the County of Renfrew and Care for Health and Community Services, 425 Cecilia Street, Pembroke, Ontario, for tenant office space for the Renfrew County Virtual Triage and Assessment Center commencing April 1st, 2026. Once again, the background is attached, all of which is respectfully submitted by myself as chair, along with committee council as committee.
Thank you. Item number 1, comments, questions, concerns. Item number 2, the report as a whole. May I have a mover, please?
So moved.
Thank you. All in favor? Thank you, Council. And now I will turn this over to Councillor Giardini with the Community Services Report.
Thank you, Warden. To the Council of the Corporation, the County of Renfrew, members of County Council, we, your Committee of the Whole Community Services, wish to report and recommend as follows. 1 resolution, Community Housing Vision Forward. Resolution number CS-CC-26-05-27, moved by Chair, seconded by Committee, that County Council approve the Community Housing 5-year Roadmap, Vision Forward, and that the community housing property municipally known as 524 Nelson Street, Pembroke, be declared surplus to the needs of the county and authorized for disposition in 2026 in accordance with County Policy GA-02, Disposal of Assets, and that the 24 existing rent geared to income units within the building be replaced through a combination of portfolio-based intensification, redevelopment initiatives, and partnerships, including the strategic use of private market RGI opportunities, and that staff be directed to implement the actions and framework outlined in the roadmap, subject to annual budget approvals and future council decisions as required. And the background is there, all of which is respectfully submitted by myself as chair and committee members. Thank you, Warden.
Thank you, Chair. Comments, questions, concerns on number 1. Member from Renfrew, please.
Thank you, and I apologize I wasn't here for the meeting when this was likely discussed. My question is the private market RGI were to increase by 12 units, and I recognize there is a cost savings across the system. I saw the panel at the back. I guess my question and concern is we saw during COVID when all of a sudden affordable rental units disappeared from the market because people raced out to sell and convert the units back to single-family homes or sharing with their own family. And so my worry is, should there be something happen, and not to point a finger, but with the proposed increase in the number of members moving into Garrison Petawawa in the next little while, that may compress the market, and we may lose those. So how can we manage to secure those and be sure that we have those secured? Because every contract always has a 60-day or a 90-day or 120-day out clause. So suddenly we don't want to lose 6 of those 12, or if we have 35 by 2030, lose half of those because there's a compression in the market. So I'm not disagreeing with the strategy. I just want to safeguard that we don't end up losing some because we've concentrated too much on the private market. So I just need some reassurance that we either have an ironclad contract or we have a backup plan that doesn't include extended stays in motels.
I'm going to throw this over to Ms. Patrick, but we had the exact same conversation at the Board of Health yesterday, where the rents that are being cited by the Board of Health are rents pre-COVID, that $800,000, $1,200, which is not the case anymore. Ms. Patrick, please.
Thank you, Warden, and through you to Council. Good morning, Council. It's an excellent question and certainly one that we did have discussions about, and staff shares your concerns and awareness of this. I think one of the things that we have been looking at as staff is an opportunity to utilize the private market to provide some care services along with an affordable rent. So we have been looking at, for some of our seniors that may need some care services in addition to affordable housing, that can we partner with an organization that provides those services to allow maybe a greater depth of affordability, but also some care that they are unable to perhaps afford themselves. So it's looking at perhaps a unique opportunity for those 12 private markets, and perhaps investing a little bit further in being able to provide some care services as well as affordable rent.
Thank you for that. Anything further? Member from Abbotston Bromley, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So I unequivocally support both the second and third preamble clauses within the resolution. That's right upon us right now. I think from the discussion at committee, 50% of these are uninhabited right now. That might be overstating. It is 50%. Are currently vacant, uninhabited. So this has now flipped over that fulcrum when this needs to be done, this action needs to be taken. Ultimately, as I made clear at committee, I am not in support of the first and fourth preamble clauses, simply because the county of Renfrew is the landlord for 80% of rent geared to income. I don't think within the document there was a target set of where we would like to get to with how many RGI might be constructed and owned. The capital might be put up by the private market. There was nothing set there as a target. My concern again is that 80%, it's doing a lot of heavy lifting with the desire that the private market would do that, but there's been no indication, as Councillor Emo has suggested again. And the other item that I have in the back of my mind, Mr. Quaid has stepped out, but 2 or 3 years ago, we found out that in some of the larger communities in Ontario, that for-profit long-term care was not really for-profit long-term care. There were real property hedge funds, and long-term care was the most attractive tenant for these properties for a long time, and then it ceased to be. And then they ceased to be long-term care homes. This is, again, a grave concern, and the clock is running out. The deterioration of our stock did not happen overnight. It's been deteriorating over 20 years. Fervently in support of the Nelson Street, fervently opposed to the other. And I just want to make it clear that I am distinguishing those two. But in the event, I would like to have a recorded vote on this, Madam Chair.
We will get that set up. Is there anything further? Okay. Yes, member from Whitewater.
Good.
Thank you. I'm sort of wasting some time here for a minute.
Let her get set up. And this is a good conversation to build upon the discussion we had at committee. We're weighing the risk of losing access, of fully controlling a physical asset against the risk that can we afford to maintain the current number of physical assets. And subject to either increasing the property tax that we collect so we can invest in the physical structure, or convincing the province and the federal government to invest more in social housing, we are left with the balance of these two risks. And in my perspective, I've looked at it. It is 12 units. It is, and I know the staff have got an intention of where they might be able to source these 12, whether or not that materializes into contracts that benefit our level of security we'd like with them, or if it becomes a total failure, has been outlined as another potential chance. I'm willing to take that chance on 12 units. But as we go beyond that, that risk needs to be part of the discussion. And unfortunately, if the province and the federal government do not come to play on this support that we provide this part of our communities, that risk is just going to continue to increase for us. So that's my thoughts on it.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
Warden.
And I think everyone in this room feels there's a moral obligation to have this housing, but this is a provincial responsibility. So we're in a real conundrum. Member from Renfrew, and then we're ready for a recorded vote if there's nothing else.
Thank you, Your Worship. And again, just a real quick question, two questions actually. Under recommended action, it talks about Nelson Street, and no difficulty with that. I am a little curious, do we have a formula for the 3 bullet points of how much money we're going to put into each section? Because supporting up and coming redevelopment projects is going to take a significant investment. And I recognize capital reserves are important, but I think that has to be fleshed out, not today, but later on. And I note that between Arnprior and Renfrew, there's probably 75 to 80 single lots that, should we follow through with a model similar to what happened on Francis Street, there is a significant opportunity to rejuvenate our stock and at the same time maintain existing levels, because if we go 3 for 1 or 4 for 1, that allows then some sales of other properties without our numbers going down, and I think it alleviates some of the concerns of my friend from Whitewater and my friend from Amherst Bromley. So I think if we can get a little more clarity on the timelines for the Renfrew and Arnprior single lots redevelopments, because I think that's the 3 for 1 and 4 for 1 is a very important tool. It then allows some fluidness with some of our larger holdings. And because, for instance, the Renfrew area, the Arnprior area, if all of those were utilized as larger developments on those single lots, then that would probably allow us to release that tower to market in Arnprior, because it then takes up the capacity with the redevelopment of those Arnprior lots. So I think we need a little more clarity, not today, but on what's going to happen on those single lots, so that it also ties into the dispersal of properties. And if we could get some sense of the formula under the recommended actions, I feel a little more comfortable in a couple of months. Thank you.
But your first comment about the finance portion of it, I think being ambiguous is not a bad thing until we know what monies will trickle down to our upper tier. Go ahead, Mr. Davis.
If I may, through you, Warden. So, excellent. It is an excellent question as we move forward. So we don't have a firm answer. So when we talked about this presentation to Council Committee 2 weeks ago, it's a vision forward. We don't know the exact amount we're going to get from the Nelson Street sale. This vision forward gives us an opportunity to look at different things in a 1-for-1 replacement, which we talked about before at this council chambers. 2 years ago, we talked about 24 units for 24 units. The vision forward now is to look beyond just the 24 units for 24 units or one for one, like for like, but to look at the market. The market may not pan out. I don't think it won't be a failure, but at least we'll have the opportunity to look into this. We do have developers talking to us on a weekly basis to see how we can work together with them as partnerships, and this may give us the opportunity. The seed money from the sale of the 24 units at Nelson Street could give us the opportunity to move forward with a partnership with developers or not-for-profits. So thank you, Warden.
Okay, member from Renfrew.
Thank you, Warden, and appreciate your patience with me. And I did take a look at the presentation when it was made after the fact, so I really like the conversations. But just further to my point, the Renfrew and Arnprior single-family lots, that's there are 56 of those, and you multiply that by 3, that's 150, give or take. Or if you multiply it by 4, it's 224 units. So it's following that similar formula that we're being very successful with, or even if you take a look at what we did at Lee and Douglas, it's not long replacing some of those larger units that we can then move along, and gain some fluidness in our finances. So, not to belabor the point, I just think I'm going to raise it periodically because I think to me, it's a way forward until somebody tells me I'm wrong. Okay.
But to your point, I also think we were just at Francis Street, and why can't we just roll out that cookie cutter everywhere, right? And they will all look the same, whether they're 3 or 4 units, and that will be our model. So I totally agree. Is there anything you're doing? Are you putting your hand up, or are you doing the "Don't you forget about me"? Okay, go ahead. Member from Whitewater.
Thank you, Warden. I would just, from a financial perspective, and I know we're talking vision here, and we're talking the principles that are going to formulate that vision, and we're going to experiment in this way has been proposed with these 24 units. But when we look at the long-term financing, if we increase these, say, 50 units times 3 and 150 units, we may be able to build them, but we're just pushing the problem 20 years down the road for when they wear out, and we still haven't found the funding for them. So while we're working through the vision, we need to look at it like we do our roads, like we do any other asset. And if we can't afford to charge the property tax needed to sustain the asset, I would say we're putting our head in the sand as we make a decision like that. So I just want to encourage, when we get to that point for that discussion, and I just wanted to have that input, it needs to take a look as an asset. How do we make sure this is funded and not on the backs of just the property taxpayers?
Thank you for that. Member from Evanston Bromley, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Yeah, I agree with Councillor Nicholson, and ultimately, so far as I understand, what our asset management plan from its inception has been doing was simply the upkeep on our housing stock. It was never about the replacement of the housing stock. So ultimately, that is an enormous void. You would recall, I have yet another member back in the room that will recall, we have found one of the monsters at the edge of the map here, I think, Councillor Emo. But in response to Councillor Emo's comments, and I did see the release for, I think it's Francis Street, if not mistaken, but that's not consistent with the vision that's being played out there. We built that, correct? That's not private market that converted 1 home to 3 homes. That is the county of Renfrew built 3 homes where 1 is. That's not the vision that is being presented here. It is the antithesis of the vision that is being presented here. At the end of the day, and I know that my intent is not to relitigate the committee meeting from a couple of weeks ago, but ultimately the great deal of the conversation revolved around the legal obligation that we have. But even above the legal obligation, the people that are living in the rent geared to income are the most precarious folks in our society. So it is not an option to not have housing. we are seeing the impact of not having housing. It is a deep sentence on us if, in fact, we have fewer available spots moving forward, and that ultimately is my concern. So we built these 3. Would be dramatically in favor of building 170 homes, 168 precisely, where 56 now exist. But are we going to do that? Because I don't know. Are we beating the bushes for folks to come forward? And if folks are going to come forward, I'm inclined to think that they're likely going to hit the housing market rather than the rental market.
Okay, I'm going to have Mr. Davis respond.
Thank you, Warden, and through you. So I think the intensification we did at the model we did at 135 Francis, we had the ribbon cutting last week. I think it blends well within the vision we talked about. I think through the funding through the province and the federal government, those funds were utilized to build this, to renovate this property for a 3-for-1. So it is in line with our vision forward and moving forward. So as Councillor Emo mentioned about, we do have 56 wartime houses between Renfrew and Empire. We do have a model to work together. The intensification we can do with this at a minimal cost through the funds of the province and the federal government can make this happen. So maybe I'll leave it at that, Warden.
Thank you. I thought maybe I fell asleep at some point and didn't understand the vision because I thought Francis Street was exactly the vision. A member from Petawawa and then Arm Prior, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. I think you're right, Warden. We do have not only a legal obligation, but a moral obligation to provide housing. All the studies show that if you provide housing to individuals who need it, it improves their health, it improves their mental health, improves addiction, and it also decreases costs. It decreases healthcare costs, it decreases addiction costs, mental health costs. So we know that it's important in our society to do this. But we also have a moral obligation not to increase taxes to the point where we're creating more people that require housing. So I agree with the councillor from Whitewater. We have to ensure that we take a good long look ahead at our finances and ensure we can afford what we're creating with this vision. I guess the one question I have in terms of the vision, I know that we are required, and I always forget the number, I think it's 1274. And I know that the vision is like for like, but sometimes we're taking a single family home and then putting 3 or 4 units on that same lot. Does that mean our vision would then tell us that then we can now take 3 single family homes and divest ourselves of those and use that profit to create these other single lots with 3 or 4 units?
Yes. That's exactly what it means. Did you want to add anything?
Thank you, Warden, through you. That is exactly what it means. If I may, what I just wanted to add is in looking at the vision forward, I think, and we did have a very fulsome discussion 2 weeks ago, but certainly for council, we tried to, convey as much information in there. There's certainly some, huge financial considerations and some variabilities. There's certainly some, of our infrastructure needs, but there's also some program needs. And, one of the things that, I'm recommending in terms of, some limited use of private market RGI is if we're able to provide a much needed person service that we aren't able to deliver currently in our community housing. So if we, for example, were partnering with a retirement home where we could offer a rent guaranteed income spot in a place where services would be available for some individuals who are currently in our units that are not able to afford the services they need to stay housed independently, but have those needs, and we're seeing those needs, that may be a unique opportunity that would, of course, it would cost. There's some cost to that, but it may meet the person's needs at the time. So I think through the vision forward, certainly from myself as staff, I think the recommendations are to look at each opportunity and where can we expand our programming, where there's some cost there, but also in a balanced way where we're looking at some of the needs of our infrastructure and our finances. So thank you, Warden.
Thank you. Member from Arm Prior.
Thank you, Warden. Just to reassure the people living in our houses in Arm Prior and Renfrew, we're not going to be asking you to move out tomorrow. this is future, not to worry, we'll look after you, but listening to the discussion today, it's almost like you're packing your bags tomorrow and we're starting to build. That's not the case, so not to worry. Thank you.
I think you're overstating our viewing public, but you could be right. Who knows? All right. So this is sort of weird because there's only one item. So the report as a whole, and I'll ask for a mover, and then we'll do a recorded vote. May I have a mover, please?
So moved.
Thank you. And now we're going to do a recorded vote. Who knew one item would take so long? An important item, though.
Councillor Donahue,
Opposed.
Councillor Emo,
I'm in favor.
Councillor Giardini,
In favor.
Councillor Grills,
In favor?
Councillor Hodnott,
In favor.
Councillor Lynch,
In favor?
Councillor Mayville,
In favor.
Warden Murphy,
In favor.
Councillor Nicholson,
In favor.
Councillor Proctor,
In favor.
Councillor Service,
In favor.
Councillor Schulist,
In favor.
Councillor Watt,
In favor.
Councillor Weir,
In favor.
Councillor Brose,
In favor.
and the motion carries the vote at 197 to 9.
Thank you. All right. Do we need a break or can we move on? Oh, yeah, I'm getting a nod from the chair. You want a break before you present? Oh, I'm getting a lot of nods now. We will come back at 10:50. It is now 10:42. Perfect. Not too shabby, people. We're only 2 minutes late. I'm going to turn this over to Chair Emo with the Corporate Services report, please.
Good morning, Warden, and thank you. We, your Committee of the Whole, Corporate Services, wish to report and recommend as follows. And prior to starting, I'd like to thank Councillor Mayville for filling in for me and more than filling in for me when I was away. Thank you very much, sir. Item number 1, resolution number FACC 260562. It's moved by Chair, seconded by Committee, that County Council adopt corporate policy GA 15, non-elected committee member reimbursement as presented, and that bylaw 2307, remuneration of non-council members, be repealed. The background is there. And just to reassure, if you look third line from the bottom where it talks about the establishing a limit of 4 reimbursable meetings per year and encouraging hybrid participation. So, I really think that's an important piece. Number 2, resolution number FACC 260564, moved by Chair, seconded by Committee, that County Council adopt the revised corporate policy GAO1, procurement of goods and services as presented. And you see the background. And I will not go through the background and point anything out. I think it's fairly clear. Number 3, resolution number FACC 260565, moved by Chair, seconded by Committee, that County Council directs staff to amend the reserves based upon direction provided, and further that County Council adopt the revised corporate policy GAO5 surplus deficit as amended. And you can see all of the transfers and reserves that are suggested and contained within this, and I will not recite those for you. And bylaws, number 4, resolution number FACC 260563, moved by Chair, seconded by Committee, that County Council approve the amendments to the draft delegate authority for the administration of the Municipal Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act bylaw, and that bylaw 3590 be repealed. And just very quickly, this outlines the serious responsibility that we as a corporation have to protect information. Number 5, resolution number FACC 260569 is moved by Chair and seconded by Committee. The County Council approved the inclusion of the updated policy GAO1, procurement of goods and services, policy GAO5, surplus deficit, and the new policy GA15, non-elected committee member reimbursement in the bylaw to amend bylaw 5902, corporate policies and procedures for the County of Renfrew, and that the revised bylaw to amend bylaw 5902, corporate policies and procedures for the County of Renfrew, be adopted. Number 6, employment bylaw number 1, resolution number FACC 260570. It's moved by Chair, seconded by Committee. The County Council approved the return of the Human Resources General's position into Group 5 of the non-union salary grid within employment bylaw number 1, and further that the revised employment bylaw number 1 be adopted. And you see the background there, all of which is respectfully submitted by myself as Chair and committee members.
Thank you, Chair. We'll go back to resolution number 1. Number 2. Number 3. Member from Whitewater, please.
Thank you, Warden. I beat him to the draw. He's up next. I just had one question, and it's in light of the DMP committee discussions that are coming. I was wondering if I can get some amplification of the reserve that would be held for forestry. Where is that, and what do we have in terms of the direction for that reserve? I don't see it listed here, but I may have missed it.
Thank you, Mr. Burke.
Thank you, Warden, and good morning, County Council. So the Forestry Reserve is currently one of our capital reserves. It is typically displayed in our long-term financial plan alongside all of our other capital reserves and in that thought process. In practice, however, it has been used to fund some other activities that weren't on our capital plan, such as well remediation and tree planting and some other minor items. So it's been kind of missed in our our planning process a little bit, or misaligned in our planning process. So that's all that suggestion is to treat the major forestry expenses that are coming down the pipeline, such as reforestation, as part of our capital thought process, and then we would have the reserve for it there as well. And I can get you the balance in a moment.
That was a good catch.
The current balance is $603,000.
Supplementary.
Thank you, Warden. And just, did we set, or do we have any established principles or guidance on that, like we did with some of the other reserves we designated earlier?
Through you, Warden, yes, we do. So we have a principle that any excess revenue over our budgeted amount is contributed to that reserve, and then the withdrawals from that reserve are per our budget plan.
Thank you. Sorry. Thank you for that. I thought the councillor's question was, did we have, I get that any surplus we put into the reserve, but we don't say it, it can't go below 200,000, it can't go above. Okay, thank you. All right, member from Edmundston Bromley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'd first seek your judgment on this. Should this be severed from the report and dealt with separately, or do you want to just continue to engage on the item?
No, I think we can continue.
Okay, thank you. In this instance, in a highly unusual fashion, I guess because I have a little bit of compassion for Mr. Burke in this instance, I actually shared with him the question that I was going to pose here, that he might have the answer at his fingers.
Does that mean pigs are flying?
So we did discuss at committee the various WSIB, and we did amend what the initial report was. So to the extent that we have a cap on the paramedic-specific WSIB reserve of 100% of annual, I'd suggested, I'll come back to that in a moment. And we did lower initially each of the segmented WSIB, as we are Schedule 2, self-funding. We reduced the cap from 100% to 50%. But subsequent to the committee meeting, I went back and I actually have the last three of the actuarial reports on my hard drive, as I'm sure all of council does. So I pulled them up and had a look at them. And the only department that has had the substantial volatility from WSIB, and driven almost entirely, though not entirely, from the commencement of the presumptive PTSD, i.e. PTSD was presumed now for all emergency services to have been generated from time on the job. The other segments, Renfrew County Housing Corporation, the 2 long-term care homes, and I guess general kind of has its own, there has not been the volatility on those. So what I had asked Mr. Burke to do was to give today what the expenditure would be on all of the segmented WSIB schedules outside of the paramedic service as to what is the annual cost, because it seems fairly onerous if we are going to leave in reserves even 50% of an annual cost. It seems to fly almost in the face of what we're doing with the CMI index reserves that we had for long-term care, i.e. largely these are going to be driven from an actuarial decision. Largely when those happen, they're going to be structural. So a reserve would at best present a short-term fix, and I assume that we would likely be budgeting those on future years. And again, since it is on the graphing that is associated, I'm sure everyone looked at their actuarial tables, the last 3 versions of which you all have. you will see that it is a fairly flat line amongst all of the segments outside of the paramedic service. So I'm not convinced that leaving monies in a reserve account is really giving any substantial comfort or smoothing to those other segments. So with that, I wonder if Mr. Burke can share with us what those...
Absolutely, but could I ask you for clarification?
Sure.
You're not talking about WSIB claims as they are right now. You're talking about the actuarial assumptions going forward, correct?
So it is both,
Oh, it is
respectfully,
okay.
Madam Warden,
Yep.
because ultimately, whereas a small employer, you pay a premium into WSIB, we are self-insured. We pay from our funds whatever those costs are from out-of-work claims. And that's what I'm speaking to of the volatility. The volatility has largely been singly driven from the paramedic service. All of the other segments have been relatively stable. So in the absence of seeing substantial change, which we have accommodated in our budgets, I question the value of having money then sitting in reserves, even if it is only half of the value of the annual cost.
Thank you for that. I just needed that in my head before Mr. Burke answered the question.
Thank you, Warden. So through you, so we have across the corporation, I believe it's an approximately $1.3 million WSIB expense, of which $700,000 or $800,000 relates to the paramedics. So the Miramichi Lodge expense is somewhere in the nature of $70,000. The Bonashare Manor, $350,000. The Renfrew County Housing Corporation is about $12,000, and all the other departments are also about $12,000. So paramedic service would be the lion's share, and then beyond that, ML and Bonashare Manor would be $425,000. So if we were to proceed with the recommendation that we have with the current allocation of reserves, the maximum those WSIB reserves would ever reach is approximately $1 million, of which $780,000 would relate to the paramedic service.
Okay. Supplementary.
Thank you, and thank you through you to Mr. Burke. That is precisely the information I was seeking, because ultimately, if we're talking about almost 800,000 of the 1 million, then we're talking about $200,000 in segmented reserves across all of the other segments, and I don't see. I'm not persuaded there's a utility in funding those reserves on those largely incremental increases that we would see, and largely driven by actuarial review, presumably in year that we have experienced outlying years where at perhaps one of the particular units has had an outlying number of claims. But ultimately for $300,000 as a percentage of our total levy, or even more so as a percentage of our total budget, I think that's now about $250 million, more or less. The utility of having $300,000 sitting in reserves for WSIB doesn't seem warranted.
Now I wish I'd severed it because I feel like you're going to ask for a recorded vote.
Well, I was going to introduce a motion, but to amend. So if you still wish to sever, I would seek to sever.
Okay, let's sever this item. Yeah, I'm getting a lot of nods. Sorry, I didn't realize we were going down the rabbit hole. All right, so we will sever that item. My apologies. So we are moving on to bylaws number 4, MVIPA. Number 5, number 6, the report as a whole except number 3. May I have a mover, please?
So moved, Madam Warden.
Excellent, thank you. All in favor? Thank you, Council. And now we'll go back to number 3. Were there any other comments, questions? Okay, and The member from Alliston Bromley has a resolution written. Okay.
I do not.
Oh, you don't?
Have
Okay.
it written. I don't think that this warrants a notice of motion per se as a resolution that is in front of council. I would defer to your judgment on that. If in fact it needs to be a notice of motion, we'd have to defer the whole package.
Ask. Yep. Gwen and I had the same thought. Are you amending it or are you
It is
introducing?
Yes, it is a motion to amend the resolution.
Then I think it's okay for now.
Yeah, okay. So as it is to adopt the revised corporate policy, and I'm going to move that the corporate policy be amended to remove reserves for WSIB outside of the paramedic service.
Do you have a seconder? Seconded by the member from Arnprior. All right, discussion. Member from Killaloe, Haggerty, and Richards, please.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to ask the question, but defer this to Daniel. Is that wise accounting practice to do this?
Look at his face. Loaded question.
Yes, thank you, Warden, and thank you for the question. So these types of reserves are functionally a version of savings, right? How much of your net surplus do you prefer to have in savings? And we're not suggesting that that there were. So if I back up, the mechanism behind these reserves is if we had a good year in WSIB or a bad year, the difference would go into or come out of these reserves. What the member is now proposing is that instead of using these reserves, it would just be rolled up with all the other items that were either above or below budget and lumped into the capital reserves for those segments, right? Because that's what we're doing in the absence of this resolution. We're defaulting to the next step, which is any surplus or deficit in these funds gets rolled into the capital reserves. So there's not really changing that mechanic. You'd have the same net surplus at the end either way. It's just, do you have a separate reserve for WSIB or do you just have one reserve on the capital side? You know, that's a council decision, what you're comfortable with. I personally think this is okay. Again, to the councillor's point, it's not large dollars from my perspective, and it's somewhat of a simplification. If I could, just while I have the microphone, add to the councillor's resolution, because some of these reserves are existing already, could we add that they be transferred to the capital reserve for the existing WSIB if we're going to close out the existing WSIB reserves and then transfer them to the capital?
Is the mover and seconder okay with that?
I would submit that would be a friendly amendment if in fact they're closed something, there has to be a disposition of the funds that remain in there. I think that's a friendly amendment to my amendment.
Yeah, I think I agree with you. And probably good advice too. Thank you, Daniel. All right, is there anything further on this item? Member from Renfrew, please.
Yes, thank you. Just, I think I need just to sort of walk through this verbally to make sure I understand it properly. So the suggestion is that the $200,000 or $300,000 a year, sorry, not a year, that's in that reserve for WSIB, it's from various components of or divisions of the organization, Boncher Manor, not to pick on them, Miramichi, and other divisions. And we don't see that going down, but I haven't heard anything from Mr. Belmore or Mr. Quaid saying that we're going through an increase in claims or potentially claims or sick leaves that could lead to that from what they're understanding. So we haven't seen that. So I'm okay with that. My question is, do we foresee the paramedic WSIB numbers going down? Or do we see, and I know this has been a long-term question we've had of the province, do we see them contributing towards that it's essentially a liability, given, it's such an undefinable liability in the sense that some of it is physical physical illness, and some of it is PTSD and strains, mental and emotional strains because of the work. And also the province keeps changing, and that's unfair. At times, change what's a disability, or so I'm a little concerned with taking. The only reason I'm concerned about taking the other ones out is because it just leaves a bigger. It would have left a slightly bigger pot should something have happened. So if I can be reassured that we're not going to suffer because of taking $300,000 out of that reserve, then I would feel better.
That was exactly the question I was going to ask. So my consideration is always those two words, or the hyphen, self-insured, and it worries me because we have a lot of employees that, and we don't know what the future is going to hold. But I do see the member from Greater Madawaska, but I'm going to let Daniel answer the member from Renfrew prior, if you don't mind.
Thank you, and you know, probably the director of long-term care is best suited to answer what he sees as his current trend of injuries and workplace incidents. But I would say, you know, the RCHC WSIB reserve at $12,000 was never going to cover anything if we had a serious injury. So that one's kind of an irrelevance. It doesn't help us or hurt us. You know, the other two, again, it's a matter of comfort, right? Are you know, if something goes wrong, is that enough money or too much money to help offset those costs? Should we get a shock when we go to redo the WSIB accrual measurements, or we get an actual shock in the way of a workplace injury? With that, maybe I'll throw my colleague under the bus instead of me for a little bit.
Mr. Quaid said he's going to give his 2 cents.
Yeah, thank you. Through you to council. Much like Mr. Burke had alluded to, we don't have a crystal ball, and we do implement safe work practices. We do annual training to try to ensure our staff are performing safe body mechanics to prevent a WSIB injury. But as we've stated in previous meetings, our demographic that we're seeing now is unpredictable a lot of times too, and you just can't predict. You know, you can have the best safety measures in place, but there is that human kind of factor where unpredictability may result in a WSIB injury, whether it be musculoskeletal or similar to the paramedics, a mental health injury or an illness that we've seen through communicable diseases. So having a little bit in the WSIB reserve for the long-term care homes is definitely appreciated and would probably be utilized.
Thank you for that. Is there a member from Greater Madawaska?
Thank you, Warden. Through you, just a comment. I personally would prefer that we keep the reserve fund for WSIB where it is with the $300,000, as Councillor Donahue mentioned. It's the $300,000 isn't a lot, so I don't see the benefit of moving it out of that reserve. Plus, also for forecasting down the road, if we have that reserve set as a separate item, we can look at that individually for trends and analysis for the future. So I think keeping it in the reserve where it may be allocated for WSIB is easier to track and easier to forecast for us. So I would prefer to keep it as it is.
Thank you. Member from Abbotston Bromley.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. The thought that's crossing my mind is there's concern that we're not insuring ourselves for a shock down the road. Doesn't ever seem to be here when we're talking about expansion of infrastructure. Because we got a great big bill that we already know is down the road and we're not funding it. That is insuring ourselves. We're not funding it. So in this instance, that the capital reserve would be the beneficiary of winding these up seems to make sense to me. As Mr. Burke, and thank you, Mr. Burke, for not weighing in on whether my resolution was wise or not. I think that was incredibly wise of you. Else you may not get a heads up on the next questions. Ultimately, the RCHC, I don't even know why there would be $12,000. If there's one claim, that's gone. Now, we are funding the claims, right? We are self-funding the claims on the insurance. So ultimately, if we're talking about $300,000, if we saw a 50% increase, then is that going to be $150,000? And we're not going to see a 50%. That's the preamble of everything that I've been saying, is that the volatility was only within the paramedic service. What I would suggest is probably over the next term of council, the next 4 years, you're probably going to see that as flatlined too. There was a structural change that came to WSIB, which was the presumptive PTSD. It changed things dramatically. And unfortunately, the chief had to attend another event today and wasn't here, but it's stabilized now. We're not seeing that structural change, even within the paramedic service. But that's why I'm saying leave that one alone for the next 4 years. But I have a very high level of certainty that we're going to see a stabilizing of those costs, which is going to see like incremental increase year over year. But in terms of the segments that are outside of the paramedic service, I see much more value. I think our exposure is much greater on our capital program than it is on our WSIB exposure. And ultimately, if that's where the funds that would be allocated instead of WSIB reserves, I can only say here, 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 here.
Okay, with that, I think I'll call for the vote. Oh, unless you want, because I sort of preempted you. Did you want a recorded vote?
Sure. We might as well keep that rolling.
I know, I just assumed, and I was sort of tap dancing here again while Gwen brings up the Excel spreadsheet. Are you ready? Awesome.
Councillor Donahue?
In favor.
Councillor Emo?
I'm in favor.
Councillor Giardini?
In favor.
Councillor Grills?
In favor.
Councillor Hodnott?
Opposed.
Councillor Lynch?
In favor.
Councillor Mayville?
Opposed.
Warden Murphy?
Opposed.
Councillor Nicholson?
In favor.
Councillor Proctor?
Opposed.
Councillor Service?
In favor.
Councillor Schulist?
In favor.
Councillor Watt?
In favor.
Councillor Weir?
Opposed.
Councillor Brose?
In favor.
And the motion carries at 146 to 60.
Thank you. All right. Moving on. There are no consent. What? Oh, sorry, I forgot about the original. Thank you, Gwen. Sorry. And so we need a vote on the resolution as amended. All in favor? Opposed? Awesome. Now I can move on, right? Okay. There are no consent items. My apologies for that. CAO Kelly, are you with us?
With you and enjoying the conversation. Thank you, Warden.
Did you want me to read the resolution and then you can speak to it?
I'm happy to read it as well. It's up to you.
Go for it.
All right. The resolution before you in the report is that County Council acknowledged the appointment of Craig Kelly, Chief Administrative Officer, Deputy Clerk, to the CATCO Board of Directors, and further that Council approve reimbursement of standard mileage expenses for travel to and from CATCO board-related meetings in accordance with the county's existing mileage reimbursement policies.
Thanks, Craig. Can I move by the member from North Algona Wilberforce, seconded by the member from Whitewater? Some background discussion, Craig?
Absolutely. Thank you, Warden. And again, good morning, Council. So this has been an incredible opportunity that was presented to us. The CATCO board reached out to several individuals, including myself, looking for those with experience in housing and with leadership in the municipal sector. I had submitted a letter of interest to the position, had an interview with the board, had several conversations with them, and have been presented with an offer to join their board. But of course, wanted to come to council and get some concurrence with that approval or with that appointment before I move forward with the formalities of joining the board and moving forward. The other piece of the resolutions talks about travel. For the most part, because board members are from across Canada, they are mostly hybrid meetings, but there may be two or three meetings that I would attend in Ottawa. They are once a month. So that's part of it. Just by way of background, of course, CATCO is a nonprofit housing corporation. Interesting to note, considering the conversation we had today about housing that was quite lengthy. CATCO is expanding their housing portfolio across Canada, most notably in Ottawa, where they're expanding to about 1,000 units on federal lands moving forward. So it definitely puts us in an advantageous position to learn more about nonprofit housing from a different perspective other than our own nonprofit corporation. So Warren, I think I'll leave it there and open to questions, of course.
Thank you. I think once again, when any of us join a external board, I think it gets us a seat at the table. So when Craig asked what I thought about this, if he wants to do it, yay, go for it. Comments, questions, concerns? Member from Whitewater, please.
I am wholeheartedly in favor of this, and I think the fact that we have a voice of the county on this important mover and shaker in Eastern Ontario is exactly putting our eggs in the right basket. So I thank the CAO for accepting this offer and presenting it to council, because I think it's great news. Thank you.
Thanks for that. Member from Renfrew, please.
Yes, I agree as well, because I have to confess that have been somewhat disappointed with the performance of that organization. I haven't seen a wholehearted embrace of rural and small town Ontario, especially Eastern Ontario. So I'm hopeful that by bringing a level of education and expertise to that board, they may take a broader look at adding to their portfolio or developing projects. So I'm glad to see this.
No pressure, Craig. Member from North Algona Wilberforce.
Thank you, Warden. I support this 100%, and I think that having Craig on this board certainly is another voice of advocacy to hopefully bring some of those housing units into Renfrew County.
Excellent. All in favor? Oh, sorry. Okay, no, you were just voting. Okay. And that passes. Oh, opposed? I'm sorry. I missed him. Apologies. Thank you. We have no closed session, so we don't rise from closed. We don't have matters arising. We've got no reports from external boards, no notices of motion. But we do have a member's written motion from Councillor Service that County Council supports the nomination of Councillor Peter Emo to the Board of Directors of the Association of Municipalities of Ontario as a Rural Caucus representative. May I have a mover and seconder, please? Moved by the member from Madawaska Valley, seconded by the member from Petawawa. Comments, questions, concerns? Now I'm really going to look around the room so I don't miss anybody. All in favor? Thank you. Wonderful. So everybody get to the AMO conference. I know that Gwen's got us signed up for Rural Caucus. Yeah. Did I preempt that? Yep. Yeah. All of your local tiers. If you've got members going, please make sure your CAOs or clerks sign people up for the Rural Caucus, not County Caucus. Okay? Everybody, okay, lots of nodding heads. Yay. Councillor Lynch, I believe you have an announcement, sir.
Thank you, Warden. I have a couple. Pardon my voice, I lost it somewhere between Cobden and here. On behalf of County Council, I'd like to recognize a student from the county, John Lepec of St. Joe's Catholic School in Arnprior, who recently finished his term as page at Queen's Park. Of note, John is the son of one of our paramedic staff, Tiffany Lepec. Good news for families who want to bring up their children speaking the French language. Last Wednesday, 20 May, I was president for the check of $13,600,000 by our local MVP, Billy Minot, to the French language school, and my French is terrible, Écoles Élémentaires Catholiques des Deux Rivers, which means the Catholic Two Rivers, that will see students attending the school being able to complete their schooling from kindergarten to grade 12, all at that school. And lastly, Warden, if you like music, then come to Arnprior McLean's Park on the 6th of June, a week this Saturday, where you'll be entertained by a number of bands from 10 till 4. Thank you.
Thank you for that. So you will not be teaching at this French school?
They know.
A member from North Algona, Wilberforce.
Thank you, Warden. Just wanted to pass on. I have 3 announcements that we're going to be very busy in North Algona, Wilberforce in June. The Nowhere Electronic Music Festival takes place on June 5th to the 7th. Our own Renfrew County ATV Club is putting on an ATV ride and poker run in North Algona, Wilberforce on June 20th. And we have a 2-day event on June 27th. It's the Truck and Tractor Pull at the Snowdrifters Activity Center. And also at the same center on June the 28th is a demolition derby. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't like following you, and I've got announcements too, because yours are always really heartfelt. The member from Petawawa, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. Not that heartfelt this time, just big announcements. AOR's big trade show coming to Petawawa, June 3rd and 4th. Association of Ontario Road Supervisors, over 200 exhibitors. So that's June 3rd and 4th from 8 to 3 p.m. at the Petawawa Civic Center. If snow plows and street sweepers get y'all fired up, this is the place to be on those 2 days. Lots of things going on. And June 12th, 13th, and 14th is Civic Center Days in Petawawa. And as part of those Civic Center Days on June 12th, it's the 4th induction ceremony for the Petawawa Sports and Entertainment Hall of Fame. We have 4 new inductees: Allison Ackman, a multi-medalist from Commonwealth and Pan Am Games swimming; Hec Kluche Jr., marathoner extraordinaire and harness racer, also a former MP; Glenn Douglas, a CFL football player who won the 1949 Grey Cup with the Alouettes; and internationally renowned entertainer and comedian Tom Green, who will be there in person and also entertaining live at the ceremony. Tickets are only $5. You can't beat that for entertainment value.
See, and now I'm going to announce the duck race, and the tickets are $10, so see what you do to me. A member from Greater Madawaska.
Thank you, Warden, through you. We have so much going on in Greater Madawaska. I'm just going to ask you to go to our website and take a look at it. We have everything from guitars and gasoline to a local economic development where we're quite happy to have a visitor from Petawawa coming down to us. Mackey's is a fabulous Jamaican food, and they're coming down, and we have breweries there. It's going to be licensed on the 20th of June at the community center. But just check out our website. We have so much going on. Thank you.
Excellent. Any other announcements? Member from McNabb Braeside.
Mine's not as specific to McNabb Braeside, but I just wanted to bring to council's attention that Bill 9, the Municipal Accountability Act, passed yesterday in Queen's Park, pending royal assent. And this will now bring forward a new ethical framework governing the behavior of all electeds across the province. The next step is the minister will prescribe a standardized code of conduct across the province, as well as a new integrity commissioner reporting system. And there's still tweaks and there's still work to be done on it, but step one is in place. The deterrents are now implemented into potential consequences. So hopefully nobody misbehaves and we don't ever have to see it in action.
And the fact that we need it is disgraceful. But I am being told that once it reaches Royal Ascent and the T's are crossed and the I's are dotted, staff will be bringing back a report. Member from Petawawa, you had another one?
Thank you, Chair. And yeah, I apologize. If I don't announce these, I'll get in big trouble. So this weekend in Petawawa, May 30th, 31st, there's a huge food fest at the Petawawa Civic Center with numerous vendors inside and outside of the building. And as well, we have Team Ontario and Team Quebec para hand cycling teams coming to Petawawa. We're closing off some streets and they're having some time trials on our roads. So if you've never seen para hand cycling racing, some of these cyclists can get up to 60 kilometers an hour. It's pretty exciting to watch.
Wow. Any other announcements? Okay, so I've got a few. Our Bonashir Museum is having a night market on Friday, June 13th. So that should be a lot of fun. It was really well attended last year. We're doing 2 of them this year. Like I said before, we are floating the ducks down the Bonashir again. Tickets are $10, and I will bring some to County Council at the end of the month for Canada Day. And also, thanks to CNL for their sponsorship. Instead of doing fireworks this year on Canada Day, we are having a drone show, and CNL's logo will actually be in the sky. But so that is sort of something. I think Petawawa was the only one that's done. Oh, you didn't? Then I guess we're the first drone show in the county, and I'm really looking forward to seeing what this company can do for us. And more to come, and like Greater Madawaska, check out our website for lots of stuff coming, including the Eganville Amazing Race in August. Yeah. Oh, I'll do it now instead of, okay, that's fine. Also, I'm being reminded, even though I had a new business, everybody's got the Silver Chain Challenge, I believe, on your desks. So we're taking on Lanark once again. And I've been told by Tina that everybody's got to watch her socials. So this is a friendly competition between us and Lanark, designed to promote active lifestyle and sustainable transportation. And you track your kilometers as you explore Renfrew County on foot or 2 wheels. And there's a website there for you to check it. Sure, that counts. 4 wheels. All right, Rob is pointing at his walker, and that's fine. All right. Anything further? No. Okay. I have a resolution that the bylaws listed be deemed read 3 times and passed. May I have a mover and seconder, please? Moved by Laurentian Hills, second by Laurentian Valley. All in favor? And I have a resolution that bylaw 51-26, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council of the County of Renfrew at the meeting held on May 27th, 2026, be now numbered, deemed, read 3 times, and passed. Moved by Killaloe, Hegarty, and Richards, seconded by McNabb Brayside. All in favor? And finally, I have an adjournment, but before I do that, I want to know when we want to reconvene for operations.
Excellent question.
Do you want to wait till after lunch? Oh, lunch is here. Okay, so that takes care of that. So why don't we reconvene at 12:30? Yes? Okay. Now, I have a resolution that County Council adjourn at 11:36 a.m. May I have a mover and seconder, please? Moved by Greater Madawaska, second by Head Clare Mariah. All in favor? Thank you, everybody.
Good afternoon, Council. We're here on Wednesday, 27th of May, 2026 at 12:30 for the Operations Committee. We've called the meeting to order. Roll call, Evelyn. Is everyone home?
Yes, thank you, Chair. We have quorum.
Thank you. Do we have any disclosure of pecuniary interest and general nature thereof? Seeing none, we'll move on. Adoption of minutes, April 22nd. Recommendation that the minutes of April 22nd, 2026 meeting be approved. Mover, please. Councillor Emo. Seconder, Councillor Giardini. Any errors or omissions? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. The minutes of 29 April 2026. Special Operations Committee. Recommendation that the minutes of the April 29, 2026 special meeting be approved. Moved by Councillor Mayville. Seconder, Councillor Bros. Any errors or omissions? Seeing none, those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. We have no delegations or presentations. We're on to communications. We've had 3 correspondents, Friends of Braeside Village, Seabarth correspondence, and Lemire correspondence. The recommendation is the communications be received as information. A mover, please. Councillor Weir, seconder, Councillor Murphy. Any questions or comments from the council? Yes, Councillor Hodnott.
Hi, thank you. So 6A, the Friends of Braeside Village, I have a quick update. Just very briefly, the township has been working on a number of traffic safety initiatives, and we have arranged for a public safety open house for these residents as well as all the residents throughout the township, which will occur on June 11th at Mary Yanthus Center at 7 o'clock. The OPP and the County Public Works will also be in attendance. And the intent is to provide the residents with the information on traffic calming measures already moving forward, discuss what additional options may be available for future consideration, and ensure that the community has an opportunity to ask questions and provide input as we continue working together on some traffic calming measures. So it's June 11th at 7 o'clock, and we're handling it.
Thank you for that. Director Perkins, a comment, please?
Oh, yes, thank you, Chair, and through you, the committee. We will write back to all of these people, obviously. They've written letters to us. The first phase in any of these requests is that they come to your council. So our thought is that you are the second thought of sober. So what we have here is a number of residents that are not happy with the speed limit or whatever on their county road. So we will write back to these people and say the first movement is to go through your council. And then once you guys at your councils decide if you want to go through it or not, then we charge $750 for a traffic study. Now, with that said, we update our numbers every 5 years. So for example, in the instance of Calabogie, they didn't want our numbers from last year. They wanted an up-to-date, which you'll see later in, they want an up-to-date traffic study, so they're willing to pay $750. The common theme here is, what has changed on that county road? So you all live in your own counties, roads, areas. So what has changed? Is there a new school? Has the geometry of the road changed? Is there a community safety zone? So what's going on here is we're wasting a lot of time when these people should just be told no right away. I'm sorry, you've moved to a highway. I can't help you. We're not putting in speed bumps. We're not putting in, we'll go on, we have enhanced traffic devices which the townships share with us. We can put bullets in some areas where the speed limit is less than 40 kilometers an hour. We can put up your speed ahead signs, but we are not doing traffic calming on county arterial roads. It's not happening. Now, with that said, there are some items in these correspondence that do make sense. There's a dotted line before a highway, so obviously that's something that we'll come back and look at. But what we're hoping from here is you as your councils will look at this first, and say, no, this doesn't make sense. There has been no changes or minor change or whatever, right? Because when we send out the technician to do all the counts and stuff, which he's doing anyways, but when you want a special one, it takes time and effort. And normally, there's no results. There's very seldom do we make a change, right? Because there hasn't been a new school. There's nothing. There's no playground. There's nothing. It's just an individual has moved there and they're not happy. So just to make sure that you're well aware that we do correspond back to these people. So, but now we're forward them on to you. So if you guys decide that, yeah, this makes sense, we'll go forward, then that's what we can do. But the information is there for you for free right now. And it might be 5 years old. The oldest count would be 5 years, might be newer. But if you want a special study done, then you'll have to pay for it. So with that said, thank you, Chair.
So to confirm, Director, you're writing a letter back to the individuals. In the letter, you're going to suggest to them if they got any other concerns to go through their council?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just for clarity, yes. What we will do is we'll write back to them, and we will give them the copies of the policies that the county does have, and we will inform them that it has to come from a resolution of their local municipality. We don't take direct requests.
Could we provide them with our last traffic count for that road?
We do, yeah. We actually, when we send it back, because we CC the township, we'll give them the latest numbers.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments to the communications? Seeing none, those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. We'll move on to number 7, which is the consent reports. The agenda includes written items of important information that were provided you for your review. They include the operations consent report, the capital variance report, the county road 508 traffic study concern, the resolution 2026-74 speed assessment in Horton, the bylaw govern the use of county recreational trails draft, April 2026 trails bylaw report. I have a recommendation that the council reports be received as information. A mover, please. Councillor Weir. Seconder, please. Councillor Murphy. Now we're open for discussion. Anyone comments on any of the previous consent? Councillor Donahue, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm jumping right to item number 7 on the PDF. This is found on pages 24 and 25. It is the winter operations reporting. And I had noted that in that charting, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the first 5 years, salt to sand or sand to salt had usually been running anywhere between a quarter and a third. And substantially outlying is the current winter. I'm presuming that is because of the scarcity of salt that we have seen that ratio change substantially. I wonder if Mr. Perkins could speak to that.
That's true, but I'll let Director Perkins.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yes, that's correct. When the last part of the season came and they told us that salt was not going to be available to us, we started upping our sand content, but thankfully it was the end of the season, so the temperatures are a little bit better than if it's really, really cold. So yeah, we definitely increased our sand usage.
Supplemental?
Just a point of clarity, I don't think they told us it was unavailable.
Any other questions or comments for the consents? Councillor Brose.
Thank you, Chair. And just in reference to the quotes and tenders on the steel signposts, I'm just curious, do we put in the specs for the steel signposts? I just got the information recently from these breakaway posts. Is that something that the county has ever considered using, or are they cost prohibitive, or just wondering maybe if Mr. Perkins could comment on that?
Mr. Perkins, please.
Thank you, Chair. No, we've never used breakaway posts, but the way our posts are set up, so there's a short piece that's drove into the ground first, and then they're bolted to it. So theoretically, they should break off at the bolts. Like the actual, I know what you're talking about, the actual breakaways are usually in cities, or high impact zones, right? So knock wood, most of our signs are off the road and most people don't hit them. But no, we've never used breakaway signs.
Any other comments? Other than the steel posts we're buying from Quebec because they're $3,000 cheaper?
This was before the Ontario Act.
Yes. I see no other questions or comments. Those in favor of the consent report? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Moving on to the discussion reports, which starts on page 46. The Director of Public Works and Engineering will speak to the discussion report.
Thank you, Chair, and I'll read the recommendation to get this on the floor. So the Transportation Advisory Committee, terms of reference. So the recommendation here is that the Operations Committee recommends that County Council approve the terms of reference for the Transportation Advisory Committee.
We're going to do a mover and a seconder. Only because I'm looking at my sheet here, and we're doing good. A mover, Councillor Donahue. Seconder, Councillor Mayville. For the background, please.
Thank you, sir. Obviously, we had our first Transportation Advisory Committee, so we're very proud to say that we have two members of the public involved in this as well. So this was one of the terms of reference had to be adopted. So thank you.
Questions? Councillor Nicholson, please.
Thanks, Chair. Just curious, I didn't see the announcement on the two members of the public that have joined the committee. Is that information available to be shared with council or committee, sir?
Take me a moment. I'm sorry.
Is there any other questions while we're waiting for that, the answer?
Oh, yes, thank you for your patience, sorry. So Kayla Minkhorst from Eganville, and of course Alice Grenner from Carefor. So that was the two. There was actually 6 people that were interested, and these two ladies, actually their resumes stood out. So I apologize. I do know them as Alice and Kayla, so my apologies.
Any other questions or comments for item number 1? Seeing none, those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Item number 2 is the rural transit for the County of Renfrew.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and through you again. The recommendation here is that the Operations Committee recommends that County Council approve the brief titled Rural Transit for the County of Renfrew.
Mover, please. Councillor Brose. Seconder, please. Council Service. Background, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. If Council will recall, we produced, our staff produced a brief on rural transit options for the County of Renfrew. It was in draft form, so we've moved it through the Transportation Advisory Committee, and they would like to adopt it, so at least it's of record, so it's not a draft anymore. And if we do go to AMO, or we're lucky enough to get an audience with a minister somewhere, that we can actually bring it as an approved document.
Any discussion on the rural transit? Councillor Nicholson?
Thank you, Chair. And again, thanks to staff for the time invested in that report, and glad to see that it's coming back for approval or for endorsement. Just a question. We spoke about the Transportation Master Plan in our special meeting earlier this past month. We had talked about the constraints implemented on active transportation and transit as part of that policy development. Can staff just comment on the relationship between that policy development and this draft, how they'll work in conjunction or against each other?
Thank you, Chair, through you to committee. So the new policies in relation to that meeting would be developed in conjunction with this type of report. So the report would be used as a guide as we develop those policies.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. We're on to item number 3, the Highway 17 expansion. And it's long-winded. I'll have the director read it.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to committee. So the recommendation here is, whereas the recent announcement regarding the expansion of Highway 17 is welcomed as an important investment in the economic growth, transportation safety, and long-term infrastructure needs of Renfrew County, and whereas the Council of the County of Renfrew remains disappointed with the limited progress achieved to date on Highway 17 expansion, and four-laning project, and requests accelerated action and greater accountability from the Province of Ontario and the Ministry of Transportation. And whereas Highway 17 is a critical transportation corridor supporting residents, businesses, emergency services, Garrison Petawawa, Canadian Nuclear Laboratories, national defence, nuclear energy development, regional economic growth, and Canada's supply chain and transportation network. And whereas continued delays in advancing four-laning and related infrastructure improvements are impacting economic competitiveness, commuter safety, trade movement, and regional growth opportunities. Therefore, be it resolved that the Council of the County of Renfrew requests the Province of Ontario and the Ministry of Transportation to establish and communicate defined timelines, milestones, performance matrix, and regular public reporting for all remaining phases of the Highway 17 expansion and four-laning project to Deep River, including planning, environmental assessment, Indigenous consultation, design, land acquisition, tendering, and construction. And further, that the resolution be forwarded to the Prime Minister of Canada, the Federal Minister of National Defence, the Federal Minister of Infrastructure, the Premier of Ontario, and all related provincial ministries, requesting that the Highway 17 expansion project be recognized as nationally significant infrastructure eligible for federal funding participation and accelerated investment support.
Thank you, Director. A mover, please. Councillor Service. Seconder, Councillor Himo. Background, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. From our 17 Highway 17 Advisory Committee, this resolution was brought about after a long and very fulsome conversation about the announcement that was given in Renfrew for the RFP for the designers. So we had a staff-on-staff meeting with the MTO staff, and we noticed that there's some incongruencies in their planning and what their procedures were. So the advisory committee wanted to go forward with this proper letter to just not to give them our displeasure, but just to see if we can hold their feet to the fire to get some sort of timelines, because as it sits now, the RFP for the design has a 2038 horizon. So there's some issues with it. So we just want to 2034, sorry, has a 2034 horizon. So with that said, it could all be done under one contract. There's 5 different phases, but anyways, there's some, we'd like to have some more clarity. And actually from this advisory meeting, MTO has now set up a meeting in Renfrew for elected staff and staff members. So once we get all that ironed out, we'll obviously invite you guys as well. So, but anyways, it's still in the works, but the lady is going to come up and brief us again.
Thank you for that. I'm a bit confused on the timelines. I thought we had the FRP would be done this end of summer. At least that's the announcement that we got from Renfrew. And now you're telling me 2032 or 4? Something went off the rails. Questions? Warden?
I agree with you, Chair. But the other thing is they also said it could be the same contractor for the 5 sections, just different timelines. So I'm not sure what, this is very frustrating.
Well, hopefully this new meeting will have more answers. Okay. Councillor Hodnott.
Just for clarification, the meeting, is that the June 18th meeting that we saw? I think that's in McNabb Braeside, isn't it? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's at the Yantha Center in McNabb. Okay, I just wondered if there was another meeting happening as well.
So mark down June 18 to be there. Councillor Proctor?
Thank you. I appreciate constantly and repeatedly focusing on this topic. I want to especially appreciate that the intersection at Storyland is equally being looked at in this. The MTO data that is being requested had been something that we discussed at Good Roads Conference with MTO as one of the most significantly impactful collision occurring intersections in our area, so I do look forward to a solution for that sooner than later. And I'm glad we clarified, because that was a point as well. Is June 18th, elected officials, followed by a public open session. So I do look forward to some consistent information coming out then. Thank you.
Councillor Donahue?
Thank you very much, and actually thank you to Councillor Proctor for in mentioning Storyland Road. I heard, perhaps others got the text from Paramedic Chief Nolan that Highway 17 today is closed at Foresters Falls Road, and there is a fatality. So this is a timely conversation today. What I will say in background, Mr. Chair, the confusion is understandable. For quite a number of years in this room, we were advised that, in fact, from where Four Lanes End to West Bruce Street was one phase, and it was going to be a design, bid, build. So the announcement in Renfrew has completely upset that apple cart. It is design, tender, construction. The construction, they identified clearly, will be 5 different projects. Potentially, those can be contemporaneous. They can all be going at the same time. I have no idea on what that is, but that certainly is a possibility. There was a paucity of information, actually, at that meeting. I think there was one question from one person from the press that had asked about timelines. There was uncertainty provided from the dais. What I have open right now is the bid page from the province of Ontario, and this is 4025-Z-0028. Excuse me, the TPM detailed design for twinning of Highway 17. And as a purchase type, it closed, by the way, I think on the 17th of April, 2026. Under details, I'm reading directly from this page, it is a one-time only with a delivery date of 31st of December, 2034. The inference, I think unmistakable, from mine, I'm certainly open to interpretation, is that the detailed design shall be completed by the end of 2034. There is nothing in this that identifies any construction work to be undertaken over that period. So from the time that that announcement was made in Renfrew, I have had concerns on what the timeline may be. I have kind of under the table have polled some of my fellow councillors and said, I'm wondering if I will be around for the ribbon cutting. My wonder still remains. If in fact I am to be around for the ribbon cutting, I suspect that I will be beginning my 4th quarter towards a century mark, not likely before. In any event, that is right on their page of a delivery date of the detailed design of 31 December 2034.
One thing, thank you, Councillor Donahue, was the FRP closed in April. That was a promise as well, so they did hold that one. Opened.
They opened it in April, but I just have one word, unacceptable. And after this meeting, I will be phoning our MPP.
Thank you, Warden. Councillor Service.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. And thanks to staff and to everybody who's been advocating on behalf of this project, whether through the county or through your own municipality at AMO, Roma, or wherever you may have advocated for this project. I think it's clear right now that we can't take our foot off the gas with any level of government. I think this is a very well-written recommendation, and I think it's important that we do advocate on all levels of government because of the importance of this project and especially the safety aspect for all of, not only our residents in Renfrew County, but everybody who's traveling across this country and has to go on these 2-laned roads. I just suggest one thing in the second whereas the Council of the County of Renfrew remains, I'd like to add, extremely disappointed.
I'll second that.
With a nod of the heads, we're concurring with that. Thank you. Councillor Emo?
Yes, thank you. And I think The last meeting was a real eye-opener for us. I'll say us as the elected, I'm looking at Councillor Service and myself. We, and I think staff prior to that meeting, had been under the impression that all the property had been purchased, all the consultations were complete with First Nations, or very close to being complete. We're under the impression that some very significant progress had been made on the preliminary drawings. So we were quite shocked with the information we received back from staff. So there seems to be a struggle getting the information from the local level to the minister's level, because the minister seems to think, in the last 3 meetings I've been involved in, that we were making very significant progress and everything was ready to go. Shovels would be in the ground in the fall of 2028 at the earliest. So it's quite shocking that there's that kind of a disconnect between the province, within the province, between the minister's office and the local level. Gives me pause when they also tell me that the project is fully funded. I remain confused because I don't know any project you can fully fund if you don't know what it looks like if it hasn't been designed. So that also is an area that we should try and nail down what fully funded means, because I'd love them to do my budget going forward from now on. So having said that, I agree with Councillor Service. We remain anxious for this to occur, and I believe it has to be injected, as always, into every conversation. The committee has asked internally for Mayor Gervais and the other members to approach significant industry within the county for letters of support. And so we've started to receive some of those. And I would ask you as well, if you are aware of anything that would be supportive, that we would appreciate that kind of a letter. I can tell you I had conversations with FONOM and NOMA in Timmins 2 weeks ago at the FONOM conference. I know they are attending Parliament Hill the first couple of days of June to lobby for Highway 11 and 17, and they've received our information to include in the package to speak with some authority. They're very impressed with the work that we've done. And I explained to them what had happened, also explained to them that the door was slammed on, as far as we know, the possibility of working with them to offer some correction in terms of roundabouts and other highway enhancement in the Meath Hill through to Deep River section of Highway 17. So prior to this meeting that we had with staff, I was very optimistic and was sharing all of this stuff and saying, oh, we made some real progress. And then I had to go back to them and say, no, we didn't. And so I think we have to keep going. And I would also suggest, if you wouldn't mind, Chair, the last and further that, with regards to the Federal Minister of Infrastructure, could you also add the Federal Minister of Natural Resources, Canada? Because they are the ministry that has charge of Chalk River Labs. They have the responsibility with administering the contract. So I think they would be someone who should also be brought some awareness. Thank you.
Everyone happy with the natural resources? Councillor Nicholson, please.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I just recognize I'd like to talk for a second about Greenway up to Chalk River, but I don't want to take away from anybody that wants to talk any more about Renfrew down to Arnprior, if there's...
We'll go to the warden, please.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Nicholson, for ceding the floor. I just want to speak to my colleague from Renfrew. We were told in 2016 that this project was fully funded. And in fact, in our delegation with Mr. Perkins and Neil, one of the questions I asked was, is this project fully funded? And when we left the delegation, Lee turned to me and he said it was the only question they didn't answer in that delegation with the PA. And that is very concerning. And I completely agree with Councillor Emo. How do you fully fund a project when you don't know how much it's going to cost? So I'm I'm very disappointed. I too thought that we had made great headway. Some met with PA Brise, some of us met with PA Granwall. Anyway, I thought that we had made very good headway at the Roma conference, and apparently we are. I agree. This meeting sounds very disappointing. Thank you.
So Warden, with that, you mentioned you're going to talk to our MPP. Once you've debriefed them, would you give us the honor of letting us know what his response would be or is at our next meeting?
Or I could go and phone him right now.
If he's available, why not? And that'll give Councillor Hodnott the opportunity to speak.
We too had Horton-led delegation, and they did answer it. We asked the same question, and they did. We were told that yes, the funding was all there, tucked away, not being redirected anywhere, that it was there. So 2 different rooms, 2 different answers.
Thank you.
Could I ask a second question?
Yes.
Please. Because I'm still playing catch up, new kid at the table. Why do they need to do a tender for design and design? Did they not have a design? I mean, this isn't a new project. Did the first piece, they only had a design to halfway through our township and that was it? They had nothing else?
Things change, and one is environmental. If the water changes, then it's a different style of bridge, and God knows what. And you look at all the gravel coming out of Arnprior, and you wonder where it's going to go. Councillor Donahue?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, once again. I think that it is quite plausible that, in fact, the detailed design work is fully funded. Quite a number of years ago, our aspiration was to get into the 5-year plan. There are probably members in the room that recall that, because you weren't even at the starting blocks until you were in the 5-year plan. You may recall the senior person in the Kingston MTO office, Kathy Moore, at that very podium right there, announced that those decisions on the 5-year plan, this is on expansion, of course, as we have talked about. And here there is the expansion and there is the upkeep of our current assets. And Kathy Moore identified that those decisions are made at the most senior level, the highest levels. So we're not on the 5-year plan. I was never suffering under any illusion that the expansion of the physical highway was ever funded when we weren't on the 5-year plan. Whatever any member of council may have been led to believe, I for one moment never assumed that we had met that threshold, crossed that Rubicon, until we were in the 5-year plan. We're still not in the 5-year plan. Again, from this page that I'm telling you about for the province, the primary specialty that they're looking for on this detailed design is engineering, highway engineering, and detailed design. Here's some of the other ones: bridge engineering, design and evaluation, complex structures, electrical engineering, environmental, acoustics and vibration, air quality, archaeology, class environmental assessment, contaminant waste management, fisheries, landscape, natural sciences, socioeconomic, highway engineering, traffic engineering, traffic data processing and analysis, traffic impact analysis, traffic management, traffic operation studies, socioeconomics and agriculture. There's a lot of things still have to be done on this road. And I suspect that we are probably going to be advised that, in fact, the detailed design is fully funded.
Thank you for that, Warden.
Well, they are sitting, so I'm going to assume he's in the legislature right now. If I don't hear from him by the end of this meeting, then yes, I will bring back a report at our next meeting. However, I will say Councillor Nicholson just said it should be followed up with a letter, and I think that I would put a motion on the table that a letter also needs to be sent to all the powers, Minister Singh, all the PAs that we met with. I believe we sat in good faith during those delegations, and we all came out with exactly the same information, even though it was from 3 different people. And this, again, is unacceptable, not only, as Mayor Service said, not only to the people of Renfrew County, but to everybody that travels through here. And it is a King's Highway. And I applaud the people from NOMA and Phenom that are going to Parliament Hill, because I think that they need to understand this is their responsibility as well. And it's just gone on too long. And with all due respect, fully funded in 2016, a decade later, those numbers are not going to be the same. So I'd like to know, is even the design fully funded? It's ridiculous. And we also, I forgot something that Councillor Emo said earlier, is that we thought that all the properties had been purchased, which we were told they were, and that most of the duty to consult had been done. Not all of it. They were very honest about that, but most of it. So to find out that neither of those are necessarily true, for lack of a better term, it's unacceptable. And to think that we have to go potentially back to the AMO conference with exactly the same messaging is frustrating, and it's a waste of their time, and it's a waste of our time. It's a waste of our MPP's time. So I think, yes, I agree, and if council agrees, I'd put a motion on the table that a letter is sent. No? Okay, after, I will do that. Don't let me forget. Thank you. I'm a bit fired up. Yes.
Within the letter, Warden, I'd suggest or recommend that we have specific questions so that they will have a specific answer or a waffle. So we have the ammunition when we go to the different conferences to say, this is what you said. I know it's already been said at Roma and AMO, but until we get those minutes of those particular meetings saying, yes, it's fully funded or not funded or what. And again, the Indigenous have been consulted, and the engineering's all stuff. It's all vague to me as of today. Before I thought it was all done, not anymore. And thanks to Councillor Emo for bringing that to my attention. Any other comments? Councillor Proctor.
Thank you. I wholeheartely applaud and appreciate the idea for a letter, where I may ask if we supplement the letter as well as to incorporate many of our meetings. I know we've met at AMO, I know we've met at Roma, we've also met at Good Roads, and we've also met independently, and MTO has reached out to our township directly. So it would be ideal if we brought all of those sources together as one representation for the county. Thank you.
Councillor Emo.
Yes, I'm sorry, I forgot one other item. If I remember correctly, I know that FONOM and NOMA has mentioned that this meets the threshold in their eyes, and they seemingly have the support of some of their MPs and MPPs in their communities, that this is one of the national projects of national importance that the Prime Minister has indicated is generational. I believe when our staff spoke to MTO staff about that, they didn't feel that this project and seemingly linking up with the rest of Highway 17 met that threshold. So I think that, again, that inconsistency in the vision or the messaging from the province through their staff exists somewhere, and it has to be addressed. So I think when we start talking about the letter, there would be some points, but I'd forgot to mention that piece.
Comments? Councillor Nicholson.
Sorry, I'm just waiting to talk about the other part of the highway.
We're not finished.
But I'll defer to Councillor Donohue's up next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So given that the tender is closed, I'm not even sure that the documents would be available anymore because you must register to receive the documents. That's for this particular tender. I think that they unto themselves may have shed some light on this. I wonder if Mr. Perkins can advise, is this something that we subscribe to through Public Works already, given that the County of Renfrew does have intersections with, in this instance, 417, or 17, but certainly right across the King's Highway system, whether it be 60, 132, 41, et cetera. Is this something that we typically do subscribe to?
I see nodding of heads, no.
For those who may be visually impaired, perhaps, we might receive an answer.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, no, the county doesn't subscribe, sorry.
And I looked at Mr. Hanrath and he gave a no. On the news today, coming in just as a sidebar, CNL got $2.1 billion for advancement of technology, How the people are going to get there to see this technology if they're not on 17? There's no airport unless it's Pembroke or Arnprior. So CNL should be on our list to advocate at the federal level.
They should be advocating for us at the federal level, and apparently I should have asked for more than $5,000 for drones.
Opportunity knocks. Any other comments? We're going to close that one off, and now we're going to look at Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm just going to belabor one point that I noticed in the staff notes that were attached to this. So this is the MTO staff-to-staff meeting summary that was provided as part of the agenda. And in item F, under funding advocacy considerations, when we're speaking to the portion of the highway from Greenway to Chalk River, staff have noted something. I just want to make sure I read it here. MTO staff indicated at this time, there is no appetite within the ministry to pursue TDCF opportunities related to Highway 17. And TDCF stands for Trade Diversification Corridors Fund, related to Highway 17, citing the absence of completed studies to support even an expression of interest or funding application. So while we are frustrated with the bottom part of Highway 17 and it will not move, the studies haven't even been identified. They don't even have enough information to take advantage of federal opportunities at this time. So I just want to make sure that the staff, I've interpreted the comment correctly, if the staff could confirm that. And I think we need to make a very deliberate approach to, yes, we have to worry about the bottom half of 17, but on the top half, we've been asking for roundabouts or all alternatives in this section. We need to go right back and say, hey guys, it's got to be important enough that you are prepared to apply for grants on this. They're not even, they're basically saying, no, this doesn't even register.
Director Perkins?
Yes, thank you, Chair, and through you, and thank you, Councillor Nicholson. Yes, we were sort of taken aback by that as well. We offered to do traffic counts for them at their intersections, just to have some supporting data that they would require, and well, hopefully now on the June 18th meeting, you'll have an opportunity to ask questions directly to Ms. Flood, is the lady from the MTO who's coming. So, and I'm sure she's going to bring some staff with her as well. But yeah, it was back to Councillor Iman's comments. Like, we thought land was purchased, and the only reason we know is because quite a bit of it is our land, the County of Renfrew's land, and they haven't reached us to purchase it yet. So, yeah. So hopefully June 18th we'll ask some poignant questions. Ev's caught all the extra people that we want to send this letter to, so we will do up a draft letter and make sure you guys see it first, and then we'll send it off.
Councillor Service?
Thank you, Chair, and through you, and thanks for bringing that up, Councillor Nicholson. I think that's an important piece as well, that they haven't even done the studies, nor is there any initiative to even undergo these studies up at the further reaches of Highway 17. So I'd like to offer that if we are going to write a letter, that this is a big component of the letter, that we separate, not just call it Highway 17 from Arnprior to Deep River, but that we separate out this section from Deep River to Greenwood and indicate that we want studies undertaken, and also indicate that we've made offers to do traffic studies that were not taken up. Traffic count, not a study. But I think that's important in the initial foray of this letter, is that we include everything that we're unhappy with and everything we hope to see eventually happen.
All right. I think we've had enough discussion. We're going to close that off with the amendments. All those in favor of the Highway 17 Expansion Committee update? All those in favor? Opposed? There's a waffling. Could we try that again? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Moving on to item number 4, which is the PWC 2026-09 rehabilitation of County Road 9, Bulger Road. Director?
Yes, thank you, Chair, and through you to committee. Firstly, thank you for the very fulsome discussion on that. I was much appreciated. Item 4's recommendation is that the Operations Committee approve contract PWC 2026-09 as submitted by Bonashare Excavating Incorporated of Renfrew, Ontario for the rehabilitation of County Road 9, Bulger Road, in the townships of Edmundston, Bromley, and North Algona, Wilberforce, in the amount of $894,983.47 plus applicable taxes.
Mover, please. Councillor Watt. Seconder. I'm looking at Councillor Grills. Yes, thank you. Director, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. The background here is we did send out a request for tenders. We did have 6 replies, but as per policy GA01, procurement of goods in excess of $10,000, we need council approval because this was $62,910 over budget. We do project that from savings in other areas, we will be able to make the coverage.
Questions or comments? Councillor Rose?
Thank you, Chair. Just a comment. I don't remember seeing for a while tender quotes that are as close together as these are. So everybody must be sharpening their pencil.
For sure. Councillor Nicholson?
Thank you, Chair. I just had one question, and I noticed that when you go through the detailed table of financial implications, the contingency costs were budgeted at 10%, but projected at 5%. Just looking for staff comment. Should we be looking at, should we have a higher contingency cost allocated with this? Essentially, it's the same value.
Director? Oh, Mr. Hanrath, please.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to committee. So before we issue our tender and we're just operating off of our benchmark cost estimate, we use a contingency cost of 10% because of the number of unknowns. Once we have the set unit rates through the tendering process, there are still factors that could have additional costs, but that level of unknowns is significantly less, so we use 5% after tendering.
Any other questions or comments? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. We're on to item 5, which is PWC 2026-14 rehabilitation of County Road 14, Witt Road. Director?
Thank you, Chair. And through you, the recommendation here is that the Operations Committee approve contract PWC 2026-14 as submitted by Bonashare Excavating Incorporated of Renfrew, Ontario for the rehabilitation of County Road 14, Witt Road, in the township of Laurentian Valley in the amount of $1,776,591.80 plus applicable taxes.
Mover and seconder, please. Councillor Schuler, Councillor Service. Background, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. We went in for requests for tenders. We did receive 5 applicants, as you can see there. On our table, we are $1,951.69 over budget. So in requirements of GA01, procurement of goods and services, anything over $100,000, we do need council approval. So, and we do project savings from other projects to offset this.
Questions or comments? All those in favor of the rehabilitation of County Road 14, Witt Road? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. We're on to item 6, PWC 2026-26 rehabilitation of County Road 26, Doran Road.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to committee. The recommendation here is that the Operations Committee approve contract PWC 2026-26 as submitted by Bonashare Excavating Incorporated, Renfrew, Ontario, for the rehabilitation of County Road 26, which is Doran Road, in the Township of Laurentian Valley, in the amount of $1,236,909.93 plus applicable taxes.
Mover and seconder, please. Mover, Warden. Seconder, Councillor Honda. Background, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. We did go out for a request for tenders. We did receive 6 applicants for this. Once all the numbers are crunched, we're $73,327.13 over. And so again, as per corporate policy GA01, procurement of goods, anything in excess of $100,000, we need to bring to committee, standing committee for approval. So, and we will have savings in other projects to offset this.
I think that's the third time I've heard that, but we'll hold that. Any questions or comments? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. We're now on to item number 7, which is PWC 2026-58 rehabilitation of County Road 58, Round Lake Road. Director?
Yes, thank you, Chair. And the recommendation here is that the Operations Committee recommends that County Council defer the rehabilitation of County Road 58, Round Lake Road, until such time as a full rehabilitation can be undertaken and advise that tenders accordingly. And that staff proceed with the necessary interim works, including asphalt padding and guardrail repair and replacement, to ensure the continuity of safety and of the commuters. And that staff review the asset management plan to identify potential alternatives, such as surface sealer type projects for completion as part of the 2026 capital program, and report back to committee and council with options for consideration.
Mover and seconder, please. Councillor Brose. Councillor Grills. Background, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Again, we went for a request for tenders. We only received 2 bidders on this project. And as you can see, it was $662,000 over our estimate. When staff actually broke down the tender, there was significant increases in all of the unit prices, 10 to 15%. So at this point, we're recommending that we postpone this project, but we will look into, as it says in the recommendation, any safety items that need to be looked after, but we will defer this to another year because we don't think by doing it this year we're going to save money. We think if we move it to another year, we'll get it out earlier and we may get better pricing, or we hope to get better pricing.
Questions, comments? Councillor Mabel?
Thank you, Chair. Of course, you knew I would say something. Disappointed, yes. This is the second year this has been deferred, and this road has 1,500 vehicles per day on it. It's a commuter road. A couple of questions. Is it a hiccup between how we budgeted this road compared to what actually came in? And being it was the second year that it's come through, why did we not be prepared for that?
Mr. Hanrath, please.
Thank you, Chair. Through you. So there's a number of factors staff believe contribute to the overage on this one. One being that we had to move forward with the culvert replacement, which was not anticipated. Structure C308, which was approximately just under 125,000. However, we also, in order to get a proper tie-in on this side of Foy Park corridor, we had to extend the project slightly to tie into a previous project. That added a couple hundred meters onto the project as well. And then significant overages such as steel beam guide rail and things like that that contributed to the overall project coming in higher. And again, as Director Perkins noted, a lot of the significant items came in 10 to 15% higher on the unit rates compared to other similar projects as well.
Councillor Mabel?
Supplemental. So as I said earlier, it was the second year it's been deferred, and I don't think the prices are going to get any cheaper. Matter of fact, the way the fuel, et cetera, is going, it's even going to get worse as we go along. And in reference to the next page, where there is approximately $628,278 in projected savings within the overall capital budget. Why was it such a strong view that we couldn't utilize that and not allow this project to go forward?
Director Perkins.
Thank you, Chair. At this point, we just felt that the unit rates were too high. There was only 2 bidders, as you see from the other ones. There was always 5 to 6 bidders on projects. And the overall savings, we are anticipating a major hit in October for our fuel and asphalt escalation clauses that are in all our contracts. So we're thinking we're going to burn that money up pretty quick.
Don't look happy, Councillor Mayville. Would you like to?
I'm still not happy because, this has been looked forward to for 2 years. The residents along the lake were looking so much forward to the extended pavement. So walking, running, biking, and it's just being blown up. And this is really bad news for our community. Really bad news. And I don't know how to ask staff to relook at this and to see if it can be done, but certainly I would like to put something forward that to review it and to see if there's can be any accommodation to make this happen.
We can do that. If you'd like to make the motion to that effect. The motion's on the floor already. Would you like to make an amendment to that?
By all means.
And the amendment is?
To review it and to come back with a favorable answer.
Mayor Donahue, no. Councillor Donahue has a...
On a point of order, I don't know that that's an amendment. Like, what's the resolution on the floor is to do something. The proposal is to not do a thing. I don't think we're amending it as substantially changing the absolute intent. What I would suggest is with the motion on the floor would be to defeat it, and if defeated, then introduce a different motion. But this is not really an amendment to change the outcome of the resolution completely.
My thought on that, Councillor Donahue, was that to change the word from under a friendly amendment, you can't just remove the word no. I stand corrected. So we're going to call for we'll call for the vote on this motion that's on the table now. Those in favor.
Could I have a recorded vote, please?
And we can have a recorded vote.
What are we voting on?
Oh, sorry, Chair, through you to council. Yeah, for clarification, we're going to vote on the recommendation as it stands, which is staff recommendation is we don't do this project and we push it off till next year. So if you vote for this, we will defer it. If you vote against it, we will look at some other options and come back.
Everybody understand that? Are we ready, Gwen? Councillor Donahue.
Thank you, and just in the interest of providing Ms. Dombrowski some time, although I think that the template has been heated up today, it's probably not cooled off. So I will be supporting the motion as introduced. I'm certainly very sensitive to Councillor Mayville's comments, and more particularly to Councillor Mayville's residents. But in this instance, that the unit costs are substantially over everything else that we've been doing this year is suggesting to me that the early bonus that one receives in getting tenders out the door early, it may be perceived that the workbooks have filled out for the year, and that there were only 2 bids here and substantially over any of the unit costs that we experienced anywhere else, said that the competitiveness may have waned. At least that is my inference from the report. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Are we ready? Take the vote, please.
Councillor Mayville?
No.
Warden Murphy? Councillor Nicholson?
Yes.
Councillor Proctor?
I'll abstain at the moment. I apologize. I'm not sure what I just came back in the room.
Okay.
May I please ask to have the motion restated from before my vote then?
Sorry, if you weren't in the room when the question was called, I can't take your vote. I didn't realize you weren't here. Thank you. Councillor Service?
In favor.
Councillor Schulist?
No.
You're not in favor? Okay. Councillor Watt?
Yes, in favor.
Councillor Weir?
Opposed, not in favor.
Councillor Brose?
In favor.
Councillor Donahue?
In favor.
Councillor Emo?
Opposed.
Councillor Giardini?
In favor.
Councillor Grills?
In favor.
Councillor Hodnott?
Opposed.
Councillor Lynch?
In favor.
We have 8 in favor and 5 against. The motion is carried.
Excuse me, we're on to item number 8, former CN Line Trail name. Director?
Yes, thank you, Chair. And through you, the recommendation here is that the Operations Committee direct staff to proceed with public voting on the following proposed names for the recreation trail located on the former CN rail line. And the proposed names were the Log Drivers Trail, the Kitchissippi Trail, the Ananaskabeg Trail, the Blue Line Trail, the Portage Trail, the Iron Timber Trail, and the Granite Pines Trail.
Mover, please. Councillor Watt. Seconder. Councillor Hodnott. Background, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. It's extensive background here if you want to read through it. Essentially, we staff went out to a public survey from April 2nd to April 30th. A total of 106 names were suggested. County staff reviewed all the submissions, and these are the ones that were more marketable: A, B, C, D, E, and F, and G. So obviously there was a number of other names that were proposed as well, in people's names and that sort of thing. However, staff considered names would be too regionally specific, for example. So anyways, these were the names that were actually chosen. So right now, we'd like to carry on, and I'm not sure what we're going to do next.
Public vote.
Sorry.
Mr. Hanrath.
Through you, Chair. So the chosen names, if accepted by committee, would be brought forward for public voting. And after that time, we'd present it to committee again in order to establish what name we would proceed with.
Questions, comments? Warden?
Thank you, Chair. Can we make sure that the explanation of each of them goes out? Because I found that very helpful. That this is the reason why, even though this, I think that'll make voting far easier on people. Thank you. Thank you.
Councillor Nicholson?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Question is that just in the background, it talks about county staff having reviewed the submissions and identified the 7 names. I'm thinking back to the economic development presentation we had earlier this morning. Was ECDev part of this discussion? Would they like to influence the names that are being recommended to committee?
Mr. Hanrath?
Thank you, Chair, through you. So we worked with the economic development staff in selecting the names to proceed with voting on.
Any other comments other than Councillor Brose?
I'm in favor of all the names, except I'm just not sure about the Blue Line Trail. I really don't, I don't make the connection between hockey and the trail, so.
And the French Connection didn't make it either, so what can I say? Any other questions or comments? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried, thank you. We're on to item number 9, County Road 51, Petawawa Boulevard expansion. Director?
Thank you, Chair. And the recommendation here is that the Operations Committee direct staff to develop and issue a request for proposals for a municipal class environmental assessment amendment for the expansion of County Road 51, Petawawa Boulevard, to include the addition of the section from Dundonald Drive to Doran Road to the overall study area, and that the request for proposals also include detailed design for the expansion of County Road 51, Petawawa Boulevard, from Doran Road to Paquette Road, including the twinning of Bridge B203, which is the Petawawa River Bridge.
Mover, please. Councillor Service. Seconder. Councillor Hunnut. Background, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. On May 4th, Mayor Service in the town of Petawawa was kind enough to set up a meeting between myself, Mr. Hanrath, and our CAO, Mr. Kelly, and we met with the property ops group from the base, and we discussed a whole bunch of issues. So at the end of it all was we want direction from committee to develop this RFP. We're not spending any money yet. Our understanding is the garrison may pay for this, but it's not guaranteed. But at least we'd have a proposal for a full design. Also, garrison did suggest that they could actually pay for the entire improvements along Petawawa Boulevard. So with that said, we're just looking to go forward, and I would ask Councillor Service if you wanted to shed any more light on that, please.
Thank you. I'm not sure what other light you want me to shine on this, but this all emanated from, well, as everybody knows, this project has been ongoing for many years, but with the announcement of the now 1,132 RHUs being proposed by the federal government, many of them being placed on the south side, which was within our community, adding between 700 and 800 more cars on the boulevard to get across a single bridge. We felt it was important to get all the appropriate groups together. So Renfrew County, the owners of the road, Garrison, Petawawa. We've also since had meetings with CFHA, Canadian Forces Housing Agency, in terms of what is going where, the placement of the apartments and the row houses, how many will be on the north side, how many on the south side. We've also had meetings with the Prime Minister's office, the Minister of Defense's office, and DND Infrastructure and Environment, all with the intent of getting all the appropriate parties together to talk about the effects this will have on the community of Petawawa. Not only the roads and the traffic, but water, wastewater, childcare, healthcare, and everything that this massive expansion will bring. So one of the meetings we had is what Director Perkins mentioned, was to talk about the Boulevard project, and it was very promising. There's only so much detail we can go into here, but it's unprecedented in terms of having a willing partner in the federal government. Everybody is aware that the defense spending has been increased, and there may be some available funding to actually get this project moving forward.
Thank you, Chair, and if I may, this is just doing a request for proposals. We're not spending any money yet. Obviously, we will come back once we have a firm number on what the proposal costs.
Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you, Chair. 3 comments. First one is that I think this is the right approach. I think we got to be poised to be able to spend the money quickly and in a deliberate fashion. This sets that up. The second thing is that I would suggest that once we do examine proposals, the potential source of funding, should we not be reimbursed, we consider our growth funding. Good. And the third thing is that I think we need to take a similar approach with other federal industry in terms of the impact their growth and expansion has on our assets. This is a perfect example of where we're trying to make sure we're having them pay for the impacts their growth is going to have in our communities. The same could be said towards CNL or other organizations. I don't know if we've done that for CNL in the past, but you know, these growths need to consider the municipal impact. Those are my 3 comments. Thanks.
Well said. Any other comment, Mr. Perkins? No? Any other comments, please? Mayor Donahue, please.
Thank you. And I'm in support of this, and this is not specifically germane. I'm wondering if perhaps Councillor Service, are these net 1,100, or was some of these housing units replacing current housing units?
Councillor Service?
Thank you, Chair. That's a good question. So some of it, the garrison recently introduced in April new security measures, and eventually there will be fencing placed all around the entire active area. And presently there are some barrack accommodations within the active area, which creates problems with the new security measures because these are mainly single soldiers who order food, order from Amazon, and now all these vehicles, delivery vehicles, must stop. The driver has to get out, produce a license, leave the license there, and upon leaving the base, get out of their vehicle again and go retrieve their license. So it's a bit of a nightmare, let's put it that way. So eventually the intent is to get all of those individuals living in barracks off the active side and into these apartment accommodations, either on the north side or the south side of the garrison. And those existing barracks will be used for short-term accommodations for people who are training.
Supplemental?
Thank you. I'm wondering how many units are in question that ultimately are being relocated for, let's call it, permanent dwelling?
I can't give you an exact number. I think there's around 500 individuals living in barrack accommodations. But regardless of how many are coming off, each one that comes off that's driving a vehicle will instantly apply more pressures to the roads, where before they were already in the active area and weren't using the boulevard to get to work. Now they will be.
Councillor Nicholson.
Sorry, listening to the discussion prompted me. This growth that we're seeing, and it has the impact. Right now, the provincial government has enabled municipalities to impose DCs. We don't have that in place. I don't think we can apply it to federal growth of these 2 large organizations. They deal with that federal growth through Vote 10 contributions, and I just want to acknowledge that. We need to be actively seeking out these Vote 10 contributions on the impacts of their growth. And I know we might not have a policy on it, but it might be something we need to consider, especially in light of what Councillor Service is going through right now.
Any other comments? Seeing none, we'll vote. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. On to item number 10, which is the posted speed limit review, County Road 26, Doran Road. Director, please.
Thank you, Chair. And the recommendation here is that the Operations Committee recommends to County Council that the posted speed limit along County Road 26 in Doran Road between Highway 17 and Murphy Road in the town of Petawawa remain unchanged.
The key was remain unchanged. Mover, please. Councillor Brose, seconder. Councillor Giardini, background, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. We did receive a request, a resolution from the town of Petawawa asking for a study along County Road 26 on Doran Road. So the request, which is included, is from Highway 17 to Murphy Road. So the current posted speed limit on Doran Road from Highway 7 to Black Bay, which is the majority of the road, is 80 kilometers an hour. From Black Bay to Murphy, it slows to 60, and then from Murphy on down to Petawawa Boulevard, it's slowed to 50. So as part of the review, council staff had conducted updated traffic counts south to Black Bay and south of Cardinal Crescent. And as you all know, we use the Transportation Association of Canada guidelines. So the guidelines consider road characteristics such as geometry of the road, lane width, roadside hazards, pedestrian, cyclist exposure. Further takes into account the number of accesses and their associated uses. So private driveways, stop controls, signalized intersections, businesses, whatnot. Based on all these variables, the total risk is generated and the results recommended posted speed limit is determined. For the purpose of this exercise, Doran Road has been considered an arterial road, which is consistent with the Town of Petawawa report. It should, however, be noted that a collector road, being considered the highest possible recommended posted speed limit on Transportation Association of Canada guidelines, would have been 70 kilometers an hour. So the analysis has been divided into 3 sections. So again, the Highway 17 to Airport Road, which is 80 kilometers, so the risk factor there is 41 out of 100. Airport to Black Bay is 38 out of 100, and Derrick Drive to Murphy Road is 36 out of 100. So the risk scores between 30 and 45 is the results. Recommended post speed limit 80. Based on these findings, staff recommends maintaining the existing speed limit posted speed limits along Doran Road. 85th percentile of speeding along Black Bay Road was 86 kilometers an hour. So the majority of people are 6 kilometers over. And once you get on the other side of Black Bay Road, where the speed limit is 60, they're traveling at 78. So due to the higher variance, Cardinal Crescent location can likely be attributed to finding that both sections of Doran Road would meet the warrants for 80. So what the tech is telling us here is, even though the road is posted at 60, it could be an 80 kilometer an hour zone with all the requirements, but it has been lowered to 60 already. Drivers perceive the posted speed limit as lower than the road conditions would suggest. So again, people drive to what they're comfortable. And I'm not sure if anyone's been there, but Doran Road is dead straight, south, north. And drivers perceive the posted speed limit as lower than what road conditions. So staff would be in favor of providing the operational speed data to the local detachment, and that's what we do with all our speed studies. We do forward it on to detachment for enforcement. Thank you, Chair.
Any discussions, comments? Councillor Service, strange.
Thank you, Chair. You weren't expecting that, were you? I would respectfully recommend that we don't go along with the Operations Committee recommendation. And here's why. I mean, just on this report alone, we've had requests for speed reductions from Braeside, County Road 40, Greenwood, County Road 58, Round Lake Road, County Road 508 in Greater Madawaska, County Road 1 in Horton. All of these municipalities have asked for speed reductions or safety measures to be put in place on their roadways, or for some kind of safety measure to be put in. The policy that the county follows is that you have to pay $750 to do a speed-related study on that section of the road. And in Petawawa, we chose to do that on council's recommendation. And I understand there are formulas, there's data, there's metrics, there's risk scores, but I don't think those take into account the unique characteristics of the road or the unique characteristics of the community that road goes through. As Director Perkins mentioned, Doran Road is 5.5 kilometers of arrow, straight, flat road, not one hill, not one curve. And what that has the propensity to do for drivers is to open it up. And if you say you can go 80, then some of them will go 100. And some will go even more than that. I had a chance to look through the statistics for the 3-day period that the roads were studied. So the south section is the part that goes from Highway 17 to Black Bay Road, and it's probably about 4 kilometers in length. And right now it's posted at 80 kilometers an hour. There were about 3,300 cars that traveled on that stretch of road during that time period. And yes, I know that the average says this is what most of the cars go. But what it doesn't show is that on that stretch, and this is not in the middle of the night, this is between 6 a.m. and 4 p.m. during the day when school buses are stopping and picking up kids. I'm just going to read you a couple of the max speeds that occurred during those hours between 6 a.m. and 4 p.m. 155, 149, 154, 126, 162, 157, 162, 146, 144, 139, 154 during the day when kids are being picked up and dropped off on buses. Almost 200 cars during that time period travel at over 100 kilometers an hour in speed. On the section, once you pass Black Bay Road intersection between Cardinal and Stephen, it is posted as 60 kilometers an hour. These speeds again happen during the day: 116, 125, 122, 115, 117, 118, 114 in a 60 kilometer an hour zone. 70 cars during those 3 days were going 100 kilometers plus in a 60 kilometer an hour zone. The problem is when you're going 80 or 90 and 100 and you see the 60 sign, it takes you a long time to slow down. So by the time these cars have slowed down, they've reached Stephen. And the section between Black Bay and Dorn Road and Petawawa is where there's about 450, well, there's already 250 new homes there, but another 200 homes are going up in the Radke Estates subdivision, which is going to lead to, there's already one new road entering onto Dorn. There will be a second one soon, next year or the year after. So this is going to be a high traffic pedestrian area with walkers, cyclists, and I don't think it's a 1 kilometer section of road that you should have people going 100 kilometers or more. We compared it to Black Bay Road, Biesenthal Road, and Airport Road, which are similar stretches of straight road. They have a similar number of driveways, similar number of school bus stops and pickups, and all three of those roads are right now 60 kilometer an hour roads. On that stretch of Dorn, there's also quite a bit of heavy industry, Do-All Construction, Carson Lake Lumber, BEI has their paving equipment stored there, and there's a Tomlinson concrete plant. So a lot of large trucks, fully loaded, turning very slowly onto a road where sometimes people are traveling 160 kilometers an hour. So what we asked for was from the highway to Airport Road, which is the first crossing road intersection where most of the accidents occur, to stay the same, 80 kilometers till you hit Airport Road. Just before Airport, we'd like to see the 60 kilometer sign. That'll take you to Black Bay Road, and just before that intersection, we're looking for cars to see a sign that says, you must now slow to 50. You are entering a very high density residential section. I guess that's the best explanation I can give. We're just a council that's looking out for the safety of its residents. We passed 20,000 in population and we're only growing more and more. And this is a section of our town that is, again, becoming more residentially dense and a lot more pedestrians and young kids using the newly 1 meter paved shoulder on the side to walk and ride their bike. Thank you.
Thank you for that very informative discussion. Well taken. Warden, please.
Thank you, Chair. Sounds like speed cameras would be very handy on this road. You wouldn't need your mat tax. In any case, I think the councillor and your council's suggestion of 80 to Airport down to 6, I think that's very reasonable. And we don't often go completely against what staff says, but I think that if that's the kind of growth you're seeing, especially in that one little area, I have no problem with that. I think it's very reasonable.
Thank you, Warden. Speaking from a guy that used to be in the Army in Petawawa, Doran Street was the racetrack to get to 17, and now it's really built up. Councillor Nicholson.
Thanks, Chair. I struggle with this, and speed in general. Like Council Services said, it continues to be brought up at the lower tier, continues to be brought up at here. We do the traffic counts, we do the assessments. They don't match what we're proposing. We had a transportation master plan discussion. We have a chance to influence things. You know, what we're really asking for indirectly is saying we don't want arterial roads here. We want collector roads or less, right? That's different. We did that. We discussed this in the transportation master plan and we didn't change it because the policies we have in place do not support the proposals that keep coming back to council. So I'm not saying I disagree. When Councillor Service brings this up, it's the same arguments I'm getting in my community on county roads. We've got development, we got industry. When you look at the definition of an arterial road, it prioritizes traffic mobility and rapid movement. Heavily restricted or prohibited driveway access. So on one hand, we're establishing a policy that says, hey, the county only deals with arterial roads, high speed, move traffic. On the other hand, we're doing the exact opposite. And we have a dichotomy here between what we need and what we have developed in policy. So what I'd like to do, rather recognizing the time we're at right now, could we sever and defer this item to another meeting, have a chance to engage with staff offline about the impact of adopting this or changing the policy period, and come back with a different discussion on it, unless Councillor Service was to suggest that there is a time constraint on this item.
Councillor Donahue?
Thank you very much. I'm certainly not opposed to deferring this. However, one of the things I want to interject into the discussion is almost every one of the traffic violations that Councillor Service has identified are stunt driving. Those folks that are prepared for that sanction, should they be caught, I don't suspect will be that perturbed at whatever the white sign with the black lettering is on it, numbering. And I keep coming back to, it is enforcement of the speeds that we are not having in the county, across the county of Renfrew. I don't know how far outside the boundaries of this county that is happening, but certainly within the county of Renfrew. And with respect to Warden Murphy's comments, that is the conundrum. If in fact the enforcement of speeds is of a lesser priority for the OPP, then the alternative of the automated speed enforcement was the means to do so. Lowering speed limits is not going to enforce speed limits. It's probably going to increase the fine, but certainly all of those dangerous driving, I would say that they rise above the level of stunt driving. Mr. Chair, you yourself had quoted that in your time there, this has been going on. The geometry of the road is what is perhaps providing a comfort level to some of the less housebroken drivers that perhaps are on our roads. But I scarcely think that lowering the speed limit is going to change those speeds. And I don't know even if the natural movement of traffic flow on those roads is going to change substantially given the geometry of the road. But we'll just have more percentage of the traveling of the vehicles on those roads are now non-compliant. The consequences of which are essentially nil. If the speed as it exists now is not being enforced, that we have more speeders that are non-compliant with the speed limit that's also not being enforced is not likely to have a substantial impact. And this is not to in any way dismissive of the concerns of your community and all of the communities of the municipalities that you'd mentioned. My community is the same. I have lots of straight roads in my community. It has a feel that this is going to change things, but until enforcement actually begins to happen on our roadways, we can put any speed limit at all on these roads, and I don't see that the actual traffic movement is going to change.
I'm thinking. All right, I got my decision. Councillor Service.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. I appreciate your comments, and maybe 5 years ago I would have agreed with you that lowering the speed limit would not change anything. But about a year and a half ago, we made the same application here about Petawawa Boulevard. And the county came back with the recommendation that it wasn't warranted. But this council, and showing their concern for the safety of residents of Renfrew County, agreed to override that decision, and the speed limit was lowered to 70 from 80. For those of you who are habitual drivers on Petawawa Boulevard. When it was 80, people were going 95 or 100 because it's a big wide road with a turning lane in the middle and paved shoulders. It looks like a runway. And I was happy when it was lowered to 70, but again, I was skeptical as well. But in the last year and a half, if you go to Petawawa now and drive on the boulevard, the average speed's about 72. It is just lowering at 10 kilometers an hour has slowed everybody down. To me, it was almost mind-boggling that it occurred. But now when you drive down the boulevard, it is a nice, calm drive. It takes you 90 seconds longer to travel the 5.5 kilometers stretch. And all that was done was the speed limit lowered by 10 kilometers. So although I accept your comments, the other one about the speed enforcement, I would much rather have the OPP enforcing a 60 kilometer speed limit than an 80. If they're not doing it enough now, I'd rather they were not doing it enough at 60 kilometers an hour than not doing it enough at 80. The other thing that I didn't mention is an accident. When an accident occurs, and it generally occurs when Dorn meets Black Bay and Dorn meets Airport, and it's usually because somebody entered Dorn without looking. When an accident occurs and you're going 100 or 100 plus, it's a lot more violent, a lot more traumatic than if you were going 70, 75 or 80.
Councillor Hodnott.
Further to what Councillor Service said, the road, no pun intended, always lands back at the OPP feet, and we need more enforcement. We all know that, and we're doing everything we can to encourage more enforcement in our areas. But that being said, we have an obligation and a duty to do everything we can to keep our residents in our areas safe. And if lowering the speed limit keeps 10 more people safe, then I don't see why we wouldn't do it. And we can still fight for enforcement. We're all going to continue with that, but it's not an excuse that we can shirk our duties on. And I brought it up a couple meetings ago. I believe it's 40 kilometers over. They take your car for 2 weeks. Well, if you lower that speed limit, those that have the heavy foot, they're watching that math. So if they're doing 160, well, maybe they'll dial it back to 130. It's not great, but it's dialing it back somewhat. And again, to the catastrophic accidents at those high speeds costs everybody, but not just the people in the vehicles. Our first responders are not going to the fender benders where the door is jammed and they just got to pop somebody out. They're going and cutting vehicles apart and retrieving bodies. It seems like the least we can do. And I think we have an obligation that we have to do everything we can.
Thank you for that. We have policies, and that's why we make policies. If we want to change policies, then we'll change policies. As Councillor Nicholson has said, bring this back for review, so maybe we do change our policies so that it will include the safety zones, bringing down the speed limits and whatnot. But today, we have a policy that says XXXX, and we're either going to follow it or not follow it, or make the exception. When you make the exception, the door's open for any exception. Just remember that when we go forward. Councillor Nicholson, please.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I move to defer this item to the next meeting.
Seconder, please. Sort. We have a seconder. Councillor Grills. Moved by Councillor Nicholson, seconded by Councillor Grills to defer this recommendation to the next operations meeting, which will be the 20-something of June. All those in favor? Oh, wait, we have Councillor Donahue.
Yeah, I'm uncertain if it's debatable. Is it? Okay. So my query, I'm not opposed to deferring it, but what are we going to see at the next operations committee meeting Are we anticipating having more information in front of us? Do we think that the literature isn't sufficient to make the decision? What is it that we will be deferring? What's the purpose of the deferral?
Well, I'm assuming, Councillor Donahue, it'll give the staff the opportunity to see what amendments or changes they could make to the policy, rather than Councillor Perkins.
Sorry, Chair.
Thanks for the promotion.
Yeah, just for
Director?
some clarification. Yes, 70 vehicles went over 100 kilometers. That's 2.1%. As Mr. Ford has pointed out to us, he's never met an OPP officer that will give you a ticket for less than 15, if you'll recall from his press conference. If you're going to set precedents, and also, by the way, the resolution to lower Petawawa to 70 was a recommendation from us. It wasn't council decision. It was an option that was given to you as to turn it from an arterial into a collector. So in this situation here, Doran Road from Black Bay to Murphy Road has a MUP on the side of it that the town of Petawawa has already put there. So there are very few cyclists. There are no pedestrians. It's already 60 kilometers an hour. From Black Bay to Highway 17 is a county highway. It's an 80 kilometer an hour zone. There's been 4 homes built there. I drive it twice a day, every day. There's been 4 homes built there. Yes, there's a new subdivision going into Ratkey, but that's already a 60 kilometer an hour zone, and I'm sure it'll come back to be a 50 at some point in time. But right now, if you're going to take the precedence as a council to not go with the recommendations that we use, policy, as the chair says, it's an enforcement issue for OPP. Lowering the speed limit is not going to take those 70 people, I don't care how much stunt driving tickets or whatever they're going to get. Those 70 people, the 2.1% that are driving that road at that speed at that time of day, are going to continue to drive that speed at that time of the day until there's an OPP car with a flashing light. So again, I just warn you that we have an empirical way of doing this, and this is how we decide what is done. So if you want to set a precedence and go against council and defer this to another meeting, which is going to be the exact same results, there's not going to be any, we're not, and with that said, Taylor is involved in the master plan, the traffic master plan, and all these policies are being reviewed to take in the particular characteristics or personality of a road. So unfortunately, this is the recommendation as it sits right now. I realize no one wants that. We don't want people getting hurt. No one wants people getting hurt. But by slowing the speed limit on a road that's designed for 80, you have the potential to hurt more people that are going slow than you do hurting the people that are going fast. So just to be clear that this is the recommendation. We can take it back, but we're going to come back with the exact same thing. Yes, the policies are being looked at as part of the transportation master plan later in life. So that's my 2 cents. Sorry, Mayor Service.
Thank you for that. So, Councillor Nicholson, last word.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And I just want to say the deferment was for me to make sure that I understood what I was voting on. The arguments for and against are clear. Councillor Service has brought up points that I myself have said in the same room. But I want to make sure that if I'm supporting or going against this, I would like some time to go back and look at the policies a little more clearly to really understand what the decision does from a policy or implementation perspective. That's my reason for the motion to defer.
From what I understand from the director is that the master transportation plan is being reviewed, and as part of that, the criteria for our different definitions of arterial collectors will be taken into account. That's the only thing I can see that's forthcoming. As of today, though, we have a policy in place. And until we get this new policy from the TMP, we're going to follow the old one. And the opportunity there is to defeat motions and give, what's the word I'm looking for? An exception. So with this exception, I'm going to guarantee that every municipality is going to have the same motion coming back for another exception, with maybe not the same ammunition, but certainly I know I'll be coming back for McNabb for a street light in Arnpar. I'm going to follow the policy. So first thing was we had a motion for deferment. We had a mover and we had a seconder. Those in favor of deferring? 2. Those who do not want to defer? That is carried. We'll move back to the motion for the posted speed limit. Those in favor of the recommendation, which is to remain it unchanged? Those in favor? And those opposed? We have 4 opposed. The motion is carried. Sorry? That we're going to do. Let's start this over. Let's go again just to be sure. Let's do the recorded so people know who's for and against. So this is in favor of the recommendation that it remains unchanged. Those in favor. And we're doing the recorded vote, please.
Okay.
Because there was a bit of confusion. To me, there was enough for the in favor, and then there was someone who voted twice, maybe, as I looked at the warden. And then I seen Keith sort of, and I lost track. So we're going to do the recorded.
I will start with you, Chair.
I'm in favor.
In favor? Councillor Mayville?
In favor.
Warden Murphy?
Opposed.
Councillor Nicholson?
In favor.
Councillor Proctor?
I'm in favor.
Councillor Service?
Opposed.
Councillor Schulist?
Opposed.
Councillor Watt?
In favor.
Councillor Ware?
In favor.
Councillor Brose?
In favor.
Councillor Donahue?
In favor.
Councillor Emo?
Opposed.
Councillor Giardini?
In favor.
Councillor Grills?
Opposed.
Councillor Hodnott?
Opposed.
And the motion carries at 9. Yes, sorry. So the motion carries at 9-4 and 6 against.
Thank you for the discussion. I'm not too sure about council, but it's now 2:13. We've been at this thing for an hour and a bit. I'm suggesting we take a 15-minute break and re-adjourn at 2:30, if that's okay with everyone. Well, I'd like a bio break. Thank you, Tina. To the general public, thanks very much. This Operations Committee meeting is taking quite some time, and we still have a number of issues to go, so we're going to rocket through the rest of them by telling council to get one crack at a question with supplementals, and then we'll move on. So we're on page 57, which is PWC 2025-34, County Structure C201, Brooms Creek Culvert and Dam, Engineering Service Contract Amendment. Director?
Thank you, Chair, and through you to committee. Recommendation here is that the Operations Committee approve a scope change to contract PWC 2025-34 for contract administration and construction inspection services related to the reconstruction of County Structure C201, Brooms Creek Culvert and Dam, as submitted by J.L. Richards and Associates Limited of Ottawa, Ontario, and that the corresponding consultant agreement be amended by the additional upset limit of $121,530.64 plus applicable taxes.
Mover and seconder, please. Councillor Nicholson, Councillor Brose. Discussion, please, Mr. Perkins.
Yes, thank you, Chair. In this situation here, the background is J.L. Richards are the consultant of record for this project. As you'll recall, Brooms Creek down at Forster Falls is the gift that keeps giving. Last year we had a delay in starting the project, so obviously it was planned to be done in one summer, and obviously it wasn't. So now it's carried over. So as part of the contract for on-site supervision, J.L. Richards are again our consultant of record. So and unperceived delay, of course. So now they need extra money.
Any questions or comments? Councillor Donahue, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So I think that there was, as I understood it, in 2025, there was kind of downtime when little work could actually be done as we were proceeding. So there are two questions. First off, this is an additional upset limit of 121,000. What was the original upset limit? And then as a corollary is, were none of the original services for the contract administration deferred given the suspension or almost suspension of work for quite some time as we were working through getting the permits?
Mr. Hanrath, please.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, the initial contract had an upset limit amount of $286,472.48. Whenever the work was paused, J.L. Richards, our consultant of record, was still working in the background trying to push the project ahead to get the required approvals in place with the ministry we were waiting on the permit from. Additionally, they had to do additional work resulting from that in order to move things along as well. So there was incurred cost during that 2-month pause. Additionally, the inspector on site did still have to tend to the site to ensure that traffic control measures and detours and things like that. They weren't there full time, of course, but they did have to visit the site weekly in order to ensure everything was still protected and in place as well.
Councillor Donahue?
Thank you. So from that, though, it does seem like it would have been a diminished scope that would have been happening while we were kind of in the doldrums, if you will. So I'm assuming that we are getting some break, if you will, in this 121.5, given that there is still some carrying forward from the previous engagement.
Through you, Chair, yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
To Mr. Hanrath, do we know how much?
The exact amount I wouldn't be privy to. This is all based on their anticipated time requirements for the remainder of the project. At this point, we are billed up to approximately the $260,000 mark. And they had identified a couple of months ago that there's a very likely chance that they'd require an increase in scope because they hadn't attributed the additional staff time for the project this year in their initial proposal. But the exact carryover amount for consultant services, I'm not sure on that at this stage.
Thank you. Councillor Proctor?
I'm sorry, just if I can state it back to you to make sure that I'm understanding clearly. So during the time of additional M&R engagement, the work was fairly low and limited. Now that they've come back, is it fair to say that they're looking for an additional upset limit to be added to account for allocating their staff to the project that they didn't anticipate allocating to it this year?
Through you, Chair, yes, that is correct.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor of the report? Opposed? 1. Carried. Councillor Proctor was a no. We're moving on to item number 12, supply and delivery of diesel fuel, gasoline, and heating oil. Director?
Yes, thank you, Chair, and through you to Council. The recommendation here is that the Operations Committee recommends that County Council adopt a bylaw to approve the extension of contract PWO 2021-28, supply and delivery of diesel fuel, gasoline, heating oil, and above-ground storage tanks for 1 year to WO Stinson & Sons Limited of Pembroke, Ontario, in accordance with the contract documents.
Mover and seconder, please. Councillor Mayville, Councillor Weir. Background, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. In 2021, we went out for a fuel contract tender, and WO Stinson's were the successful tenderer at that time. They did include in their tender that they could do 1 year period extensions. So staff's reviewed this. We are still getting favorable numbers, rack price from Ottawa. One of the interesting things about this is when we originally estimated that this fuel was at 600,000 liters, but since that time we now use 650,000 liters annually and 150,000 liters of gasoline. Also, we were receiving ultra-low diesel fuel, and we were using it in all our vehicles, as well as EMS. It was a requirement when EMS first got their new ambulances for the Mercedes engines. Since that time, EMS does not use our basis, so we're going back to just regular clear diesel, which is actually 2.2 cents a liter cheaper. So we will not see savings in liters, but we will see savings in dollars, potentially if gasoline comes down again.
Questions or comments? Councillor Donahue?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So our township, I'm sure everybody's township, whatever the supplier or the vendor may be, rack pricing is, I know typically it's the City of Ottawa, so I know that Petro-Canada, Shell Oil, issued daily their rack pricing, and ultimately that's the cost to get the fuel into their large storage tanks, wherever they may be. And ultimately the rack, plus or minus, is what the costs are to actually distribute to the end user. So as I'm understanding it, then we are seeing a consistency in this. I note that the report says it must be satisfactory service price terms and conditions. As is my OCD, I zero in on PRICE. So I'm assuming that is remaining consistent.
Yes, thank you. And through you, Chair, yes, that's correct. They're still committed to their price. So, for example, for we're not going to continue with that, but for clear diesel, for example, we pay the Ottawa rack price minus 0.5, 0.6 cents. So that's what Stinson delivers it to for us.
Supplemental.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The other thing I wanted to add, so I understand as well that typically there's a difference in summer and winter petroleum products, because ultimately I believe it's the federal excise tax has been suspended, and I think that's 10 cents a liter, which is applied to both gasoline and diesel. So ultimately 10 cents a liter on nearly 700,000 liters is $70,000. I think that it is somewhat masked, given that the prices, I think, are more expensive for summer fuels than the winter fuels. And of course, there is the ongoing upheaval in the Persian Gulf. But nonetheless, it still should be, I think, recognized that the temporary, at least, removal of the federal excise tax is providing us $70,000 of relief that otherwise would not be there.
And sorry, Chair, through you, just to tell you the difference. So in 2021, when Stinson's bid this contract for us, they were supplying diesel fuel at 80.3 cents a liter. And with that said, there was a discount of 5.6 cents a liter, which will continue on. The rack price for diesel fuel this morning was $1.60. So the cost has actually doubled in our fuel.
Any other questions or comments? Then we'll call for the vote for supply and delivery of diesel fuel, gasoline, and heating oil recommendation. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. We're on to item 13, which is the policy PW25 standing corn snow fence program.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And the recommendation here is that the Operations Committee recommends that County Council adopt a bylaw to approve County of Renfrew Public Works and Engineering Policy PW25 Standing Corn Snow Fence Program.
Mover and seconder, Councillor Murphy. Seconder, Councillor Brose. Background, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And I have to say I'm very, very proud of Brighton Wexworth. He's our operations coordinator. He did a lot of research on this, and he's the one that came up with this policy. So essentially what it is a number of areas in the county, our staff goes out and puts up snow fencing to protect the roads for the winter. So there's a number of farms that are eligible for this in the county of Renfrew, and it's an ongoing thing all across the west and places like that. So what it is we offer the farmer a price which is above market, to maintain, say, 10 rows of corn close to the road. So in terms of the environmental footprint, we don't have pickup trucks going out there in the spring, taking the fence down. We don't have pickup trucks going out there in the winter, taking the plastic fences down. And hopefully well, we'll see how it takes off, because we just need the policy to inform council that we are going to spend money. But environmentally, it's an excellent initiative. And again, I thank Brighton Wexworth for the input.
Discussion, Councillor Murphy, please.
Thank you, Chair. I love this idea. I love it, love it, love it. I hate the look of snow fence. It's ugly. And in the wintertime, just to have something lovely to drive along. My one question was, if they don't plant corn and they're in one of those windrows that I will use between Douglas and Renfrew, can we offer those farmers a couple of bucks to plant some corn to make, or cedars, yeah, a berm? I wasn't sure if this meant like it had to be corn, or if it could be anything. Wheat. Oh yeah, I see. Right, for the drift. So one of the farmers in the group is giving me a lesson here. Sorry. No, I think it's a great idea. Thank you.
Councillor Hodnott.
My question is regarding eligibility. There are a lot of county roads, in particular in McNabb, which have massive agricultural properties on it. Will this be open to any of those agricultural properties to apply for a corn thing, or is this only properties identified by the county? Which way does it work?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the question. As it sits right now, it'll be only the fields that have corn, first of all, and it'll only be the fields that we now use for snow fencing. So we're not looking to expand the program as of yet. We're just, right now, we're looking to where we do use snow fence, we'd meet with those people and ask them if they're willing to, either if they're not planting corn, but if they are, if they're willing to entertain this idea. So we're not looking for more yet.
Supplemental?
So in particular, there's a county snow fence just up from my property. That farmer only does hay on that field. So what happens to that snow fence? Will it stay there as a snow fence, or do we lose that? Because it's really effective where it is.
No.
Yes, thank you, Chair. No, we're not going to remove anything. No, we're just, hopefully, we're going to supplement what is out there. A little more environmentally conscious, hopefully. But again, if we went back to that gentleman with the hay and he was willing to plant corn, that'd be great.
So we're suggesting that our staff, where all our snow fencing is, to see if they qualify, A, for corn, B, if they don't, maybe they want to do corn, and then come back to say, yes, we can do it or not do it for those certain individuals. Councillor Donahue, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. It's not really incentivizing based on the numbers of the average yield of 141.5 bushels per acre. and $6.50 a bushel, plus the 12 rows and the spacing that would be there. Ultimately, this is working out to just about $1,000 per 450 meters, so just under half a kilometer for $1,000. And ultimately, when it is at the average yield and the average price on that, it's neither incentive nor disincentive for any producers to participate in this. It is essentially neutral from that perspective. But that gives you a sense of what the costs are, the direct costs are, as well as having staff twice a year, once to go out and erect the snow fence, and at the other time of the year to retrieve the snow fence as well.
There could be cost savings too if we don't have to buy the fence with the posts. Any other, Councillor Service, please.
Thanks, Chair, and through you. I like this idea. I'm just wondering about some year we have drought years and hordes of locusts may descend on the cornfield. What if it only grows to a foot high and that's it for the winter? Is there a certain height that we require for this to be effective?
We'll defer to the farmer, Councillor Donahue.
So what I cannot say that corn does not only grow to a foot high. What I can say is the near record-breaking drought of 2012. I had not a stalk of corn that was short of 3 feet of height. Ultimately, I had stalks of corn that were 6 feet high and had no cobs whatsoever, and I had stalks that were 3 feet high and had a 6-inch cob. But ultimately, I shouldn't say that, but most of the corn that was planted emerged from the ground and was at least 3 feet in height.
Thank you. Any other? Warden?
Yeah, sorry. The farmers in the room are teaching me so much. And I know, Gary, you've got all those cornfields in Petawawa, right? But I'm just wondering if this pilot project, for lack of a better term, works. I'm just wondering if farmers on provincial roads and our municipal roads would do this if it's successful, just out of interest.
Good thoughts. Move on. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, we're voting on the policy PW25 Standing Corn Snow Fence Program. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Number 9, easy. I missed one? Yes. Recommendation that the discussion reports be received as presented. A mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Emo and Bros. Any further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Now we're over to number 9, which is deferred reports, and there are none. Verbal reports, there are none. And we have one closed session. Recommendation that the pursuant to Section 239(2) of the Municipal Act 2001, as amended, the Operations Committee enter in a closed session for the following reason. C, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board, County Road 1, Madawaska Boulevard, road widening time. Mover, please. Councillor Watt. Councillor Hodnott. Once enclosed, there are those attending virtually ensure that you're alone and in a secure room. There's nobody up there. So we're all good to go. Let's, all those in favor going into closed? Those opposed? Carried. Thank you, Tina, and welcome back out of our closed session. We have one matter to bring forward as a recommendation, that the Operations Committee recommends the County Council adopt a bylaw to authorize the acquisition of the following lands. Parts 1 and 2 of Plan 49R 21129 from 386 Madawaska Holdings for the sum of $53,686. Part 3 on Plan 49R 21129 from T. Annis Holdings Limited for the sum of $27,670.50. And Plan 4 of Plan 49R 2119 from 386 Madawaska Holdings and T. Annis Holdings, tenants in common, for the sum of $671.50. And that the lands described above be dedicated as part of a public highway system upon registration of the transferred documents, and that the town of Arnprior be invoiced for 50% of the property acquisition costs following completion of the transfer of lands. Mover and seconder, please. Councillor Weir. Councillor Mayville. All those in favor? Opposed?
My apologies, perhaps a bit of a description for the public in terms of this is an attempt to install a multi-use pathway, in the town of Arnprior, and it's a partnership between the county and the town of Arnprior, with the purchase cost being split 50%, and the fit up from the existing roadway to the eventual project end will be carried entirely by the town of Arnprior, and this is consistent with what we perceive and our staff perceive to be our policy, and we hope that there's a possibility of partnerships with other urban communities or communities that want to become more urbanized.
Thank you for that. That was carried. New and other business? Seeing none? Sorry, Warden?
I'm going to wait. I did hear back from him. Thank you to Gwen for sending our MPP the resolution. I think that the letter should be deferred. He is aware, and I will be in contact with him later on today. Thank you.
Thank you, Warden. Any other new or other business? Seeing none, we'll look for an adjournment. Recommendation that this meeting is adjourned and the next regular meeting be held on Wednesday, June 24th, 2029, at a time to be determined. Councillor Donahue, seconder. Councillor Brose. All those in favor? Carried. And we'll have a deferment till the next meeting to 3:03.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'd like to call this meeting of the Development Property Committee to order on Wednesday, May 27th at 3:07 p.m. Are there any, has roll call been taken, Evelyn?
Yes, thank you, Chair. We have quorum.
Thank you very much. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest in the general nature thereof? Seeing none, we'll move to the adoption of the minutes, and I have a recommendation that the minutes of April 22nd, 2026 meeting be approved. Do I have a mover and a second? Moved by Councillor from Laurentian Valley, second by Councillor from Laurentian Hills. Any additions, corrections, or omissions? Seeing none, all in favor? That's carried. Thank you. And I also have a recommendation that the closed minutes of April 22nd, 2026 meeting be approved. And of course, if there's any changes, they will have to go back into closed. Do I have a mover and a seconder? Moved by Armprior, seconded by McNabb Brayside. Any comments? All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. And we do have two delegations today, so I would like to start by introducing our County Forester, Lacey Rose, to present the Forest Management Plan.
Good afternoon. Thanks for having me here today. I know your time is valuable, and you certainly spent a lot of it here already today, so I'll try to be succinct. I'm just going to start with a refresher of some main overall points about the county forest. You've been here a while. You've heard me say some of these things before, but just a reminder that majority of the county forest properties were purchased in the 1950s and 60s through an agreement forest program, which I'm going to talk a little bit more about in a second. That agreement ended with M&R in 2000, after which the counties managed its own land. This is actually the fifth forest management plan prepared since the county took responsibility for the management itself. The current 10-year forest management plan, which we're still in, was approved in February 2017 by County Council, and Warden Murphy actually signed that one as well. So this might be your second one, if you guys like what you hear. The county owns about 6,500 hectares on 54 different tracts, and really this is very small in the larger landscape, so less than 1% of the total land of the county is owned by the County of Renfrew. And although there's no legal requirement for the county to have a forest management plan, it is recognized in the county official plan, the importance and commitment of having one. It's also required by our FSC and SFI certification. And of course, I will point out that two of the county forest tracts are identified in the Algonquin land claim as proposed settlement lands, and that represents 70% of our RCF land base. I always say that I have this, and apparently not. I'm pressing the right button. Oh, I think Tina did that. No? It worked. Okay, great. So one of the questions that comes up from time to time is, can county forests be sold? First, I'll tell you how they were purchased. Like I said, there was grant programs, including the Agricultural and Rural Development Act, which funded up to 75% of the purchase price during that time. That era has ended, unfortunately, but there was very little actual cost to the county to purchase these lands. They had to be evaluated by someone and determined to be better suited for forestry than agriculture, and that's how county forests all over Ontario were started. Like I said, that agreement ended in 2000, but as part of the termination agreement, it was included that any proposed sale or change in land use must be approved by the Minister of Natural Resources for areas that were purchased under the agreement. So to date, that's been small parcels like dumps, public works facilities, addressing encroachments, etc. And the termination agreement does say that 50% of the proceeds of any sale of those properties would have to go to the province, and there would be a few other disbursements, which means that the County of Renfrew would only actually see 45% of the sale price. Let's just look quickly at our current forest management plan. How did we do? So we've harvested just over 1,000 hectares and 86,000 cubic meters of volume. That's about 65% of what we planned. And that might not sound very good, but I'll just let you know that that's actually pretty normal in the forestry world. Crown land operations usually see between 40 and 60% of actual area harvested. And there's a lot of reasons for that, including species at risk, complications, inventory not matching what you think is there, natural disturbance, and markets. So Ottawa Valley Forest, the Crown Forest manager around here, was only 46% of planned area harvested from 2011 to 2021. The total revenue, on the other hand, for the County of Renfrew Forest was $2.3 million for the last 10 years. That's our projected revenue, and that far surpassed what we thought we would get of $1.8 million. And that's because we had a couple of really good years with much higher than normal bids. So although we harvested less, we got good prices for our red and white pine. That's not the case anymore. So, we really have to flow with those market changes. We're completely dependent on that. But as a result of those good bids, our division operated on a nearly cost-neutral basis of only minus 6%. Oops. Just a little bit about the progress and process of making this forest management plan. So just to let you know, on Crown land, this process takes 3 years. I've done it. It's very long. In the county forest, we started in November 2024, and I have to give a shout out to the forestry team in the back. Jake is here. He started and did lots of inventory updates, and we started our operational planning. We also have Marcia here, who's only with us for 2 weeks. It would be nice to have her for a lot longer, but there's a lot of field work that goes into this. And then rewriting the forest management plan itself. We've been working on that since May of last year. We've already undergone a peer review, an internal review. I have to give a shout out to Evelyn, who made this a much more readable document. I always appreciate her reviews. And we have already been doing outreach with First Nations communities to get their input on parts that relate directly to them at this point before a larger review. Those comments have been incorporated. Here I am in front of you today. And next, if you like what you hear, we will be inviting review and comment from local municipalities, First Nations on a larger scale, and public. The final plan will be back to you in September for final approval. Quickly, just a quick land-based summary. So, like I said, we're small but mighty. This table, don't get too wrapped up in it, but just to let you know that about 84% of our land base is what we call in forestry terms productive. That only refers to the land's ability to produce timber products. Unproductive means wetlands, rock, brush, etc. A forest can be productive and still not be part of our managed area because we do have some areas that are set aside for protection for various reasons. We have 11 forest units, or forest types in real people language. 17% of our forest is red pine plantations. That's those old abandoned fields that got planted in the early days. An additional 16% is white pine, which is our other very high value forest. And then on the other side, 32% is low value, often poor quality poplar, red maple, balsam fir, all the other stuff. The plan also talks quite a bit about natural disturbance. You've heard me talk about the things that have gone on in the last 10 years. It was an interesting process to go through making a list of all of that. It's incredible how much has happened and has changed in the last 10 years, especially on the invasive species side. There's a number of strategies included in the plan to help us manage and stay informed about forest health concerns, but our number one is always to manage for a healthy forest, and forest management does improve the health of the forest. This is a complicated graph that I don't expect you to be able to see, but just to let you know that the line represents a very complicated analysis of what the forest would look like in this area if humans weren't here. So this is kind of a way for us to see, like, how are we doing compared to a natural forest condition? And there's just 3 points I want you to take from this. There's a higher than normal, what we call immature forest, which doesn't mean necessarily a young forest. It can be anywhere from 30 to 70 years old, depending on the forest type. But that's because of when our properties were purchased. They were all heavily cut over or agricultural area. So they're all about 60 to 80 years old right now, almost. There's not a lot of age class diversity. The other thing I want you to glean from this is that we have lower than normal white pine area, and that also aligns with the gray box, which is on the crown land that surrounds us. That's because of a long history of fire suppression. Pine in a natural environment needs fire to regenerate, and also a historic not investing in renewing pine. So you can't just expect it to happen naturally. You have to spend money to make that happen. And the third point is that we have made some positive progress in the last 10 years. So the yellow boxes are 10 years ago, the green boxes are today's forest. So we have increased our white pine area a little bit, and we have taken care of some of the overmature poplar areas. A new section in this forest management plan, or a very much improved section, is thanks to Jake, who wrote the climate change section of the plan. There's some great information in there that might be useful to other landowners and local municipalities. I'm not going to go into too much detail, but I would encourage you to read it. No big surprise there. We're seeing increased extreme events, increased fire risk, and so on and so on. Another section talks about the county forest as an important climate change mitigation tool. We all know this as forestry people, that trees are our best defense against climate change, but it was interesting to have an analysis done that showed that nearly 1 million tons of carbon is currently stored in just the trees above and below ground, so the root systems and the living tree material, not including soil, in the forests that are owned by the county. We will definitely be sharing this information with the Climate Action Plan Committee as they move forward. The guiding principles have not changed since last time because they are defined in the official plans. We keep them in line with that. But basically, we'll manage the forest owned by the county sustainably according to our objectives. And although recreation is permitted, and the well-being and management of the forest take precedence. The plan objectives are also the same. And basically, in a nutshell, we'll manage for economic, ecological, and social objectives, share this work with others, increase and maintain forest cover, and remain certified to be able to demonstrate that we're managing the forest sustainably. As you've heard me say, most Renfrew County forest stands originated at approximately the same time. So that makes our economic sustainability a very challenging thing to achieve. And I said this the last time 10 years ago, I'll say it again, we won't be able to sustain this level of revenue and harvest into the long term because most of our forest is about the same age right now. So 67% of it is mature or over mature at this time. And we know this and we can't change this, but there are things that we can do to try to reduce the impact and push that economic benefit forward. And we've been doing that by extending the rotation age of red pine plantations when we can, for holding off on harvest as long as mortality is not happening. So just to try to stretch out that benefit into the future. But it's important for us to know this, recognize it, and we have a small land base. We can't really change the overall condition of it, but we can improve quality and health of the forest through managing them. This is one of the objectives that I just wanted to talk a little bit about because I found it really interesting to take a closer look at this with the help of our GIS staff who did some analysis for us. That was really interesting. So we always tout Renfrew County as a forested county, and it definitely is. About 75% of it is covered in trees. We're half crown land, but there are some local municipalities that have a much lower tree cover. And this is really complicated to look at because tree cover and forest cover are not necessarily the same thing. But the data that was available that the GIS staff analyzed showed that only 18% in Arnprior is covered by tree cover. So how much tree cover is enough, or forest cover is enough? The minimum that's considered by most people who study these things is 30% at a watershed level. And 40 to 50% is cited as a more ecologically robust target that would support ecological function and water quality in that area. So other counties have been fighting this fight for a long time, and their county forests have a lot of value as a result of that. So although development and agriculture are really important and critical to the growth of this county, it does present the question of, is this something that we need to think about from the county forest level, representation in certain municipalities? There have been some projects that have happened in the last 15 years that have created forest where there was no forest. The 150th tract is pretty new. The Spurberg tract is also new. That's the one in the picture here. And just recently, Public Works has had this 4 hectares in Burnstown, the old Springtown Bridge approach, that was planted with red pine, but it's never been thinned. So that's now part of the county forest land base to ensure that it does get thinned and serves its purpose of transitioning back to a natural forest type. So we have included some strategies in the plan to think about this at least, and of course, any proposal for the county to purchase or receive land would have to be brought forward to committee and council for approval. But we did include, for your consideration, acquiring more land for reforestation as something to consider, developing a land donation program. This is happening a lot in other counties, of people who own land, want it to stay as forest, are afraid that if they sell it, it will get made into something else, and they donate it to the county to ensure that it stays as forest land. We could also look at an option for voluntary addition or adoption of local municipal lands into the Renfrew County Forest Land Base for afforestation and management. Of course, capacity is always a part of any of these considerations. On the recreational use side, much is the same. We updated it to reflect our updated prohibitory bylaw and added some clarity because we get a lot of inquiries about road use or improvement to access adjacent properties. We did include a new point that hunting and trapping would be prohibited in the east portion of Beachburg Tract just because of the very high level of recreational use there. This is a really common practice in county and public forests to have areas where different uses are permitted, and this would be the first time that we would set aside something like that just to reduce the potential of risk and conflict. We have, as you know, have been having a lot of dumping problems, so we included a very clear clause that area where this is happening can be closed or have access restricted on the county forest. We do have a no fires policy on the county forest, but we did include a statement that said that sacred and ceremonial fires by Algonquins would be permitted with notification to the county. And something that I definitely encourage you to have a look at is the addition of the personal fuel wood collection allowance. We've never had this before. Other counties do have policies like this, and also Crown Land has recently majorly updated their policy on fuel wood collection. There's a lot of conditions, and of course it's at the person's own risk, but this would help us ensure that landings are left more clear after a harvest operation and also provide a benefit to the community. In the forest management section of the plan about our activities, it basically says what we're going to do, where we're going to do it, how we go about the sale of timber, and there's a section on renewal and tending. Nothing's changed there, but I did want to point out, because it's a hot topic, this is not new, there are guidelines for pesticide use, which, as always, would have to be applied by a registered pesticide applicator in accordance with all laws, policies, guidelines, etc. And I would just like to state clearly that this is just one tool in our toolbox, and we use it very rarely, actually. Only 25 hectares was treated from in this current plan term that we're in. That's less than 0.5% of the Renfrew County forest area, and also less than 1 hectare per year are treated for invasive species, which we started about 5 years ago. Protection of forest values is also included in the plan. Lots of different values in there. The only real update was making sure that we're using the best available peer-reviewed science, because things do change in 10 years. But this is an area where we hope that the public and the Algonquin communities can contribute to if they know of any values that should be protected in the county forest. Then there's a section about forest protection. Lots of information in there about invasive species, which has become a huge amount of our workload. There's also a description about the fire response, which is provided by local municipalities, and I'm just going to put this in as a placeholder for future discussion about the payments in lieu that fund that response when it's necessary. And there's also a section in there about forest fire risk assessment and mitigation. Foresters know that managing forests does reduce the risk of fire. In central Ontario, it's a very different fire risk than in the boreal forest. Although we're seeing a lot of fires starting in the county in the last few years, we very rarely see extreme, or what we call crown forest fires. A lot of ground fires. This picture is from the Crow's Nest Tract, which is the only fire bigger than 1 hectare that I've ever known about in the county forest. The water bombers came. I went to check it out. The only thing that happened is that the ground got burned. There were no standing trees that caught fire in that instance, and that's very typical for central Ontario. We did include a clause in this forest management plan that if an adjacent landowner with a permanent home within 30 meters of our boundaries is worried about fire risk to their dwelling, they can request an assessment and or approval to undertake fire smart measures on their own property, on the county property at their own cost. We haven't developed any guidelines about that right now, and we've never had anyone ask for that. But as adjacent landowners who aren't necessarily, there's two of us staff, we're not visiting every tract every year, that if someone has a concern, that there is a way for them to take action, whether it be brushing or raking or something like that. So just quickly about the next 10 years, the operations themselves. The sustainable harvest level, which I'm not going to describe to you how I got that, it's a very long process of Excel in this case. So we could harvest up to 1,800 hectares of forest, and that would be within our sustainable harvest area. We've allocated about 1,700 hectares, which is almost exactly the same as what we allocated last time, and that's well within the sustainable harvest level. If every hectare got harvested, we could make $2.3 million at today's our volume estimates from our data and average market conditions and bid rates for the last 10 years. We know that's unlikely to happen. Actual harvest area and revenue is completely dependent on market conditions. A realistic expectation for budgeting purposes would be about the same as what we budgeted for last time, about $180,000 a year. There will absolutely be years that we go under that and go over that. We can't just have a certain hectare amount that would get us to 180 every year. That's not how forests are managed. So we like to talk on averages in forestry and on the 10-year term. Of course, any unharvested area gets pushed forward to the next term like we did last time, and that's one of the ways that it helps us mitigate that longer term dip in revenue that we'll see. If any of you were here 10 years ago, and probably several times since then, you would have heard me talk about this already. This is something that we started in the last forest management plan. So I undertook an analysis of the value of pine to the Renfrew County Forest. And we know that it's valuable. 85% of the 2.3 million that was generated in the last 10 years was generated from red and white pine. So theoretically, if we were to harvest every red and white pine out there in the county forest today, which we would not do, especially because markets are bad, but also because that's not sustainable, it would make about $15 million in revenue. The cost to renew that back to pine through site preparation, planting, and tending is about $4 million today. If we walked away and didn't take any of those steps to renew pine, my professional knowledge, experience, and all the science and other professionals' experience will tell you that that won't regenerate to a pine forest. And the next time around, it would only be worth $1.5 million. So although it's expensive to renew pine, it's good business, and it's also the right thing for the forest. So our next plan term, we estimate that if we cut everything that's allocated, it would be about 180 hectares to renew to red and white pine. That would cost about $325,000. That is absolutely going to increase in the future plan terms after these 10 years as the red pine plantations become depleted. So the recommendation is the same as in the last plan. 15% of harvest revenue be placed in the dedicated forest renewal account, and any funds in excess of budgeted revenue would also go into the fund for future regeneration treatments. I did ask around to what other counties were doing. Only 3 of them responded to my inquiry, but all of those 3 said that their programs reinvest 100% of the harvest revenue into the reserve or to fund the program, like acquiring equipment, acquiring properties, paying for renewal, and that kind of thing. So just some final thoughts before I'm happy to take questions. We know that invasive species and bylaw enforcement are part of our regular business now. I barely talked about this 10 years ago. That just goes to show you how much has changed and how much our workload has changed in what we spend our time on. So yes, this is the county forest management plan, talks about managing the forest. There's a lot of other roles that we play as county forestry staff, like outreach and advocacy and managing property boundaries and things like that. We have become experts in adaptability. There's been a lot of new problems thrown our way in the last 10 years, so we've got a lot more experience with solving these problems, and a lot of them are related to climate change, and we're only going to see more of that as we go forward. We have had some success stories in the pine renewal front, thanks to the reserve fund, but there's a lot more ahead. And that's where having relationships with other land managers in our area really helps because of the small scale of our operations. We need to have those friends to help us get that work done and attract contractors for this work. We are still facing market challenges, not just in low-end material. This is a really hard time for the sector. If you remember, even this year, we didn't accept one of the bids because it was so low compared to what we'd seen a few years ago. And we are still facing that reduction in future revenue. So mitigation strategies will continue, but it's important for us to recognize that we're in the good times right now as a result of the red pine plantations that were planted in the early days of the county forest. So here's the recommendation, but I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Lacey. What I'm going to do is, with council's indulgence, I would like to have you read the recommendation. I'll get a mover and a seconder, and we'll incorporate the discussion into questions, and that way we hopefully will save some time. So, Director Davis, do you want to read the recommendation, please?
Sure. Thank you very much, and thank you, Lacey. So, the recommendation found on page 98 of your committee package. 97 of your committee package, that the Development and Property Committee accept the draft forest management plan, and that the draft forest management plan be approved for circulation and review by local municipalities, the Algonquins of the Kwaknagon First Nations, the Algonquins of Ontario, interested stakeholders, and the public for a 60-day review period, and that a final report, including revised recommendations, be brought to committee and county council for approval at a later date.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. You've heard the recommendation. Can I get a mover and a seconder? Moved by Greater Madawaska, seconded by Arm Pryor. And you've certainly heard the presentation in the background, so I'll open it up for discussion. Whitewater, please.
I'm sensing some desire to finish early. Ship has sailed. Yes. So I have a couple comments and questions, but I will yield if someone else wants to go in. But I just wanted to first say, Lacey, just going through this and my recent indulgence in forest industry, is that just watching how we do it and the steps that you have to go through to create a plan, the factors you have to consider, it really gives council a glimpse into the forest industry and how all of the businesses are working through these same types of issues and their impacts, and how significant it is on our community, our economic development, our GDP that we produce and export outside of our county. So I appreciate that as a secondary impact. Can I get you to talk just a little bit more about the low value wood? When it's produced, where does it go? Right now, how is it a limiting factor in planning for a forest and revenue and expenses?
Through you, Chair. So yeah, that is the hardest for us, especially on a small scale, to sell when a harvest area is dominated by poplar, especially, that has a very high percentage of pulpwood, at least 50% in most cases. And in our forest, because they're over mature, sometimes it's more than that. So in the last 10 years, we had a lot of area that we really wanted to get cut because it was literally falling down. It was a struggle. I feel like we really accomplished a lot more than I thought possible by getting a lot of those areas cut, but it's because we had to be flexible. There were blocks that we put out for tender 3 years in a row with no bids or no acceptable bids. And for us to sell something for less than the staff time cost to get it ready for harvest is just not a good solution. Unfortunately, there are some businesses in the Ottawa Valley that specialize in poplar. And there's one in particular that when he has time to be cutting our wood, has put some really good bids in for the poplar areas. And we did get them cut. His solution is that he chips the pulpwood. He doesn't bring it to a destination, but he's a small sawmill with a limited capacity to do this on a greater scale for the Crown land base. But we benefited a lot from that. Pine areas don't have a lot of pulpwood, and because we're pretty small compared to a cut that's happening on Crown land, so say white pine, the Beechburg tract, there was very little pulpwood that came out of that, very few loads, and they were able to sell that. But if we were to put out a poplar area for harvest today, if that one operator who chips it and sells it to Pembroke MDF was not available, we wouldn't get any bids, and we don't get any bids from anyone else on poplar. So it's unfortunate. It's a struggle that we face, but our struggle is a lot less than on Crown land because most of our harvest is red pine at this point and some white pine. And like I said, we've cleaned up a lot of the poplar areas that were more than ready to go.
Supplementary?
I'll yield so you don't hear my voice the whole time.
Greater Madawaska.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. Lacey, thank you for the great presentation once again. I have a question on one of your slides, new climate change plus carbon, section 35758. Renfrew County Forest important climate change mitigation tool. It has nearly 1 million tons of carbon dioxide currently stored within and above below ground. That is just for our forest, not for the entire county, correct?
Through you, Chair. Yes, that is just for the forest that's owned by the County of Renfrew.
Yeah, supplementary?
Supplementary to that, Chair, through you. If we're looking at the 1 million tons, what percentage of overall Renfrew County is that 1 million tons for area? I'm just trying to extrapolate what it would be outside of our forest area as well.
Through you, Chair. That's unfortunately not an easy comparison. We actually hired a company that specializes in these kinds of analysis to do that for us. And it depends on the type of forest, the age of the forest, et cetera. But if you wanted to do like a really simple analysis, 75% of the county's forest area is forest. The total area of the county is 800,000, 600,000,
Around 7,500 square kilometers.
Okay. And times it by that percentage for our forest. But all that to say, there in the forest management plan, there are some more numbers that you could use to do that math, and also the equivalent of how many cars per year that means and things like that.
Thank you.
Laurentian Hills.
Thank you. Lacey, as always, great presentation. Just curious, when you say you clear a tract, say when you get rid of all the poplar, are they gone for good? They come back?
Through you, Chair. I love that question. This makes me very happy to be able to talk about this. Absolutely not. All forest in the Renfrew County Forest stays as forest. Marcia and I just were out visiting some recent harvests yesterday, and I got a blackberry bush to the face. You would be amazed at how fast poplar regenerates. So poplar area, it's okay for it to be poplar, but we want it to be vigorous poplar that's putting on volume instead of losing it to mortality. So we don't do conversion in poplar forest. We know that we'll never win against that species. In 1 year, it grows 1.5 meters. So after these areas are harvested, they are regenerating naturally to beautiful, young, vigorous poplar areas with other species mixed in as well, of course. So all forest in Renfrew County Forest is regenerated to forest after we harvest.
And yes, Brumley, and then I'll go to Aaron Pryor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and through you to Ms. Rose. An exceptional document. I will acknowledge that I have not gotten all the way through the actual forest management plan, but how far I've gotten through speaks to the amount of effort that went into it. I was remiss. I should have said also, never mind our time. we're all on a fixed rate here, so it's declining value. My time was valuable about 3 hours ago, but it's not very valuable at all now. The overall impression right now that I have is largely when we're talking about sustainable forestry or the sustainable forest, it seems like it's an ecological term because fiscally it doesn't seem sustainable. And what I mean by that is, so we have in this current 10-year term, we have contributed, we had budgeted just slightly over $500,000 to have contributed from the county levy. In this event, we somehow, we did not provide about $100,000. And interestingly, maybe Mr. Burke at some point can identify over the 10 years, it seems like we've only hit the number 3 times. We've actually provided more than budget 4 times, and we provided less than budget 3 times, and we've hit it spot on 3 times. But ultimately, if this was a private forest, then in order to receive the revenue that we're receiving, it's costing $500,000 to get it. So with that, I'm challenged to understand how the financial component of this is going to work. If it is going to continue to take a tax levy dollar to ensure that our forest operations are sustainable, then it seems prima facie that it's not financially sustainable without that contribution. I certainly take into consideration the comments on that the future values are likely to be diminished. One thing I'm presuming on the 1,700 and some hectares that are planned, and that was italicized in the report, is probably not largely distinct from the previous tenure, the current 10-year term, but the current 10-year term is going to be 1,041. So from what you had said as kind of a structural issue within forestry generally, it seems likely that it will be 1,041 again, or substantially less than the planned. And if we're actually anticipating receiving less revenues, then I think that the fiscal challenge even increases. And in fact, even on the annual levy contribution, in the first 4 or 5 years, 6 years, it was sub 50,000, and then in 23 and 24, it jumped to about mid-70s. And the last 2 years, 25 and 26, the budget is almost 140,000. So it's actually increasing the amount that the levy is contributing towards the forestry, essentially to make it financially viable. Is there something going to change, or how are we to sustain this? Because on a 50,000 or higher subsidy, if you will, going forward, when we are substantially fiscally challenged, whether it be housing, whether it is expansion to our infrastructure plan, et cetera, we have a lot of expenditures looming in front of us. And I know that this is not a large expenditure, but I'm wondering what would you say is the value that is being derived for us with that levy, that tax contribution that a private forest owner does not have?
Through you, Chair, I'll say something, but I can see Jason wants to say something after too. So sustainability in a forestry sense isn't just about economics. We refer to it as a 3-legged stool of sustainability. So there's economics, the ecological value, and the social value. On the social side, all of these county forests are used for recreation. People hunt there, people walk there. They are important to people of Renfrew County. On the ecological side, you just heard me talk about carbon storage. There are also incredible wildlife value, some of which in areas where there's very little forest. On the economic side, for what they were purchased for, they have produced an enormous amount of revenue. And in terms of the forestry division's cost, it's not just the cost of managing the forest, it's the cost of maintaining the boundaries, of dealing with the dumping, of all of the other things that the county staff are doing, like teaching kids about forestry, advocating for policy issues, and things like that. We have done really well with our revenue. I'm going to pass over what does this mean, but Daniel's department did provide me with the last 10 years of expenditures, and revenues, and I did do an analysis taking out the things that were kind of like doubly counted, and it was only a 6% deficit, so we were almost cost neutral. In the last few years when there have been higher costs, that's because we have been doing some surveys to try to deal with very long-standing property boundary issues. We have been increasing our bylaw enforcement efforts and invasive species management, things that we didn't face 10 years ago. So that's details from my side. I'll pass it over to Jason.
Again, thank you very much, and through you, Chair. So to add on to what Lacey said, I think when we move forward in a forestry division, we're doing more advocacy on behalf of local industry. We're doing more outreach and education to change the ways people look at how forestry is accomplished. So when we look at the forestry division, it's not a straight, are we making money from the forestry, the forest to cover the costs? We're doing above and beyond that. So I'll keep that in mind when we talk about the budget and the budget numbers. It's not a like for like numbers that I see it. And maybe I'll pass it off to Mr. Burke for some of the revenues. If maybe not, then.
Supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I certainly recognize that. But in the current 10-year plan, I'm more than happy to provide you with some of the metrics, the numbers. So the budgeted transfers to reserves over the current 10 years was just over $122,000. Like, I went back and looked at all of the budgets of what we expected. Now, that was predicated on the 15%, though in this current 10-year, there were quite a number of years and we didn't budget anything to go into reserves. But ultimately, $121,000 was budgeted for reserves. So if we had actually met the target of 15%, it would have yielded $270,000 over those 10 years. The actual revenue of just under 2.4 million at 15% would have yielded $359,000 of transferred reserves. What we actually transferred to reserves is 615. So we've actually generated a lot of money that is into reserves. We've transferred out of reserves a whole lot less than we expected to transfer out of reserves. I do note that a substantial component of the transfers from reserves was both for, I think, well mitigations or whatever the terminology is surrounding that, but it was also for tree planting, but we are a little bit short of the tree planting as well. So that would certainly explain some of the reduced transfers out of reserves. But ultimately, if we're hearing that in reality, notwithstanding the planned harvest, we're probably looking at about the same area of harvested over the next 10 years. And if we're seeing reduced tendering or bids and unacceptable bids more frequently, and if I'm understanding you, Ms. Rose, correctly, that we have seen a depression on the pricing even of the more marketable woods, then we're probably seeing an even larger degradation of the value that's going to be returned. So it seems to me that it is suggesting that, in fact, it may take more subsidy to make this work. And I understand those other components, the recreation, the forest cover. Ultimately, if these are considered lands that would be poorly suited towards agriculture and largely on the plantations, I think that they had kind of been turned back over from agriculture. I can't remember what ARTA stood for, but a lot of acreage was turned over at that time. Ultimately, it seems unlikely that they're going to be cleared again. Like, I expect that the forest cover will likely remain. I think my family property, kind of the homestead, if you will, is straight up from St. Joseph's Church on the Opeongo Road. Those were open fields and they were harvested, and they're all back in a bush. The one concession over is Terry McCann, and there are spectacular stone fences on Terry McCann's property. And there were wide open fields. My father used to talk about, these incredible fields that were on that property, and they're all back into trees. And I think to myself, wow, there's like 3 generations of Irishmen broke their backs to clear these land and take the rocks off of them, and they're all back in trees again in 2 generations. The forest cover now is probably going to stay as forest cover. So I recognize that there is a value inherent in the knowledge that the County of Renfrew has on such an important industry within the County of Renfrew, but it is increasingly demanding, and I think it is not going to diminish over the next 10 years, I think it is likely to expand over the next 10 years, and certainly the numbers are saying that. The last point that I would make, Mr. Chair, so I note that there was the point on what the other 3 counties did, and they were saying that 100% of the revenues, harvest revenues, are going into forestry reserve, where we had 27% and anything over budget was going in. Do you know, or through you, Mr. Chair, to Ms. Rose, does Ms. Rose know how many of those 3 counties are contributing a levy, or is there an expectation of a fiscal self-sufficiency to their forestry activity?
Through you, Chair. So 2 of the 3 staffing costs are not included in that equation. So 100% of the revenues is reinvested back into the forest in terms of projects, equipment, tangible things, and staffing is still funded by the levy. The other one, Simcoe County, is the anomaly. They make millions of dollars every year. They have enormous red pine plantations. They are completely self-sufficient and have been acquiring a lot of land with those revenues.
Whitewater?
Excellent. I changed topics to back to low-grade wood and biomass, and I just want to leverage this opportunity. I know we have a strategy. You've been able to secure a local producer who can chip it and provide it to MDF, but it is a significant problem for the industry in the county, to the extent where it hangs in the balance as to whether or not we can continue as an industry unless we have an economic source to get rid of this low value wood. Can you offer your insights on this challenge that we're experiencing right now in the greater forest industry?
Through you, Chair. So on the greater landscape, you know as much about it now as I do. We need a solution for low-end material. Biomass is that solution, and the biggest use for biomass is cogeneration, heat and power. The areas that are on natural gas, it's a non-starter, and you've done a lot of research, and it's shown that our grid capacity doesn't have the ability to see a cogen project implemented in any of the ones that are being proposed that are viable projects if they could get rid of the excess electricity to generate revenue to make it a viable project. Back on the Renfrew County Forest front, in the role that we play also, most of our local mills specialize in red pine, which doesn't generate a lot of pulpwood. So the value that those areas have to our local mills, it might seem like not a lot of area and not a lot of volume, but it is important to them. There's not a lot of red pine on the landscape in the Ottawa Valley, and a lot of plantations are on private land where there's no guarantee that anyone will ever touch them. They could just fall down. But we actively manage our county forests, and there's not a lot of pulpwood that comes out of that. So if they're unable to harvest an area because it's 50% pulpwood on Crown land, they're still able to get volume from the county forest by working in those red pine plantations. So that's a really important industry benefit that we provide as the county forest as well, but also all the advocacy that the elected are doing on the biomass front is very much appreciated and necessary.
Good. And Chair, sorry, I have more, but and I apologize to folks. I wish we would have done this presentation first today, but if we can just park that in terms of the advocacy of the county for low-grade wood, I think we need to approach that, as Lacey's indicated. It's separate from this discussion, but yet it is very important for the industry. So, Chair, if we can just put that in the parking lot for now. I just want to come back to the money here. On one of your slides, you have the table that projects the $15 million value, $5 million reinvestment value. And to just build on what Councillor Donahue had said, when I look at that, we could harvest today and generate 15 million. It's going to cost us 5 million to regenerate. We have annual operating costs. Can our county forest be a full cost recovery operation? A standalone. If we look at it over a long enough term, can we anticipate that it is full cost recovery?
Through you, Chair. There will be a time when revenues will be low, and that's because we have to deal with the hand we were dealt. We can't change what the county bought in the beginning. We have very little age class diversity. The economic sustainability in a forestry sense comes from working on a large land base. We don't have that luxury. So there will be a time when we're not making enough money to cover our costs, but at that time, there's not going to be a lot of the work to be done to manage the forest, but the work to own and maintain the forest still exists. We're a very lean team of 2 here. We're never idle. If I was to give you an analysis of how much of our time is spent managing the county forest, depending on either of us, it would probably be between 70 and 75% of the time we could spend every day doing those things, maintaining property boundaries, doing regeneration surveys, all of the commitments that we've made. There's just not enough hours in the day for 2 people to do what we're doing. I will say, from a registered professional forester stance, I as a professional could never sign off on cutting all of that tomorrow if that was what was mandated by county council of let's build some roads or pay some bills and make $15 million. You'd have to get someone else to do that for you, because I would get kicked out of my profession for doing that when it's not the appropriate time to do so silviculturally. So that's a complicated question. I think we're in the good times. We have been for the last 15 years. We will be for the next 20 years, maintaining this good revenue for a relatively low cost that we're doing everything in-house, besides the cutting of the trees. So in some years, absolutely. But when you start adding in the other things, like the surveys, the bylaw, the invasive species, no, we can't be self-sufficient forever. We can be right now, and I think we are very close to being that at this time, if you took out the time that's not spent on managing the county forest.
Mr. Davis.
Thank you. Just maybe hopefully a good point to add. When Lacey came back to us in 2014, 2013 timeframe, and we're looking at the management of the county forest, we had the expectation of revenues of $240,000, $250,000 at the time. And during those years, those first years, we then reduced it to the $180,000 you have in front of us for the last 10 years. It's the more manageable number. Yes, it fluctuates up and down beyond that, but it was the direction at County Council at the time to create that level, that more manageable $180,000 level, instead of a $300,000 or a $400,000 level, where it's a struggle. If need be, if to force that, and I don't think we can force that, as Lacey mentioned through her professional designation. So it was a direction at County Council way back in 2014.
I'll give you the final word, Whitewater. Oh, sorry, Armprior first, and then.
Well, thank you, Chair, for recognizing us. Thanks, Lacey, for your presentation. I'm on to the page where it says rehabilitation of wastelands, and it said 40 to 50% should be your forest cover, and Armprior is 18%, which I think is the lowest in the county. How do we bring that percentage up? Is that by individual trees and individual properties, or how do we bring it up? Thank you.
Through you, Chair. So both. That analysis was done on tree cover, which is a 10-meter grid of is it green or not, and it doesn't really cut off if it's a shrub or a tree. So that's how much green area is in the Armprior area. That could be increased through urban tree planting programs, which I know you've been doing. It could be increased by private landowners planting more trees on their properties. It could also be increased by larger forest area being added. That would be the easiest way to do it, is to, if there are abandoned fields, you could reforest them with red pine plantations, increasing trees in parks. All that stuff adds up. So.
Thank you. And on note, Chair, we have 246 trees being planted as we speak on the Algonquin Trail.
Yeah, and that's a fantastic initiative. So I'll go back to Whitewater, and then I will, I think, conclude the discussion. Sorry, Warden?
So I'm just having conversations with the CAO and the clerk. Mr. Chair, I think what we'll do is we'll try and get through the delegations, and then we'll read the room, and figure out if we have to reschedule the rest of your meeting because there is quite a bit still to get through.
I understand, and I was
We seem to
thinking,
be losing people.
Yeah.
That's the concern.
and I was thinking the same thing, so, yeah.
I mean, Donohue's all alone over there now. It's very sad. He's with his friends. It's very sad.
So I'll go to Whitewater, and then I think I will call the vote.
Thank you, Chair. And just, again, I'd echo, I'd love to talk about this more. I will, one-on-one. I would like to look at that financing. I'd like to see if we could find a way to address some of the concerns being outlined before. But I support the proposals in the plan for potential expansion, allowing those opportunities as to ensure that if they do exist, we have them available. I acknowledge that the increasing costs that you have for residential growth and increased residential use of our property, and that's impacting and not something that is normal from a forest management plan. And I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Okay.
I just wanted to say, this is a draft. I would be happy to receive all of your other comments, concerns, questions in person or via email during the review period, and we can absolutely address those during the next 60 days.
Well, thank you very much, Lacey. That was a fantastic presentation, and yes, we look forward to continuing the discussion in the future. And at this time, then, I would call the vote on the forest management plan. All in favor? That's carried. Any opposed? That is carried. Thank you. And at this point, I would call on Larissa Koulis to present her update on the municipal climate action.
And there is no quiz.
Okay, so thank you everybody for having me. For those who don't remember me from the Earth Day quiz, I'm the municipal climate intern, and I have been with the county since January. So the municipal climate internship is run by Environmental Leadership Canada, whose logo you would see up there, and it's meant to provide young environmental leaders with the opportunity to work and learn alongside municipalities invested in advancing local climate change solutions. Having grown up in Laurentian Valley, I was very excited when I found out that the county was part of this program and that I'd be able to use my degree in environmental studies at home. Okay, so we're going to be starting off with what other municipalities are currently doing in terms of climate action. So these numbers are from a study conducted in 2023, so they've undoubtedly risen. They found that 63% of the participating municipalities that they studied across Canada had implemented climate adaptation plans. In Ontario, that number was 93% who either had a climate action plan or were taking the steps necessary to develop one. Additionally, around 650 municipalities across Canada have declared a climate emergency. A declaration of a climate emergency is an official resolution passed by a governing body acknowledging that global warming poses a severe existential threat. It commits the administration to prioritize climate action and mobilize resources to mitigate the crisis. While I have been impressed with the actions that the county has taken so far to combat climate change, I believe that it's time that we take these next steps and follow the path that other municipalities have laid out for us. I wanted to start by talking about the state of the climate in the county. This graph shows the predicted future temperatures under different emission scenarios, or RCPs. And the pink line and the associated trend line are observed annual temperatures from AECL station. So no matter which line you're looking at, it's undeniable that the temperature is rising. It's just a matter of how fast. And you can see that we're currently rising at a temperature above even the highest emission scenario. So I wanted to include this graph because it's also localized data. It's not Canada, it's not Ontario. This is specific to the county of Renfrew, and it provides a good visual for the changes that we've been noticing in the past few decades. And it's not just the temperature that we've been seeing increase, as we all know. We've been seeing erratic rainfall patterns and more extreme weather events more frequently. So for the temperature rising, these maps are from Climate Atlas, and they demonstrate some changes in heat that we can expect to see over the next couple of decades. On the right, we see that we're not only going to be seeing a rise in average temperature, we're also expected to see an increase in heat waves per year and longer lasting heat waves. So we can see on the left there, it shows that we previously experienced around 2 heat waves a year, averaging 3.5 days. And now we can expect to see 4.5 heat waves lasting more than 5 days. These high persistent temperatures significantly increase the risk of drought and put more people at risk of heat-related illnesses. Another climate impact that will be significantly affecting us is precipitation. Our annual rainfall is expected to increase significantly while we're going to be seeing fewer days of rain, meaning the rain will be coming down in higher concentrations. When we experience heat waves and fewer days of rain, the ground dries out, making it more difficult to absorb water. Then when we receive this intense rain, it absorbs less of it before it becomes fully saturated. This leads to what we've been observing in the past couple of years, where we get flooding and drought in the same year. And these are the erratic rainfall patterns that I'm referring to. So both of these events have significant impacts on the land and the people of Renfrew County. So unfortunately, we've already been seeing some of these negative impacts. In summer 2023, we experienced 3 special air quality statements from the wildfire smoke in Quebec. Poor air quality can negatively affect anyone, let alone the older demographic that inhabits the county, or anyone with pre-existing health conditions that further impedes their respiratory system. This can flood our hospitals with cases of respiratory irritation or force people inside. In 2017, we had the flood of the century, but it was followed 2 years later in 2019 by our 1 in 100 year flood. And while I know there were other factors involved, in spring 2019, we had 175% of normal precipitation for that time of year. And in 2017, we received 2 months of spring rain in a period of 7 days. So these erratic rainfall patterns can be detrimental to the county, and they're expected to become more common, and so are the associated costs, which I'm sure we all know very well. When I had the opportunity to attend the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus earlier this year, the attendees highlighted natural assets as one of the area's strengths. But those strengths, the natural areas, are under threat. So one question I'd like you to ponder is, what is the County of Renfrew without the natural assets? The good news is we've already begun taking action. Since I started in January, I've observed many steps that the county has taken to mitigate these climate change impacts. Most noteworthy was in 2024 when Ainsworth was brought in for a greenhouse gas inventory, and they formulated a climate action plan based on that data. The study provides useful data on county operations, but is generic to the municipal level and largely unacted upon. We have made some advances in our buildings, with long-term care homes replacing old lighting, heating, and windows with energy-efficient alternatives, and introducing new garbage compactors. Many of our RCHC units have followed and made similar changes, as well as insulation upgrades and smart thermostats added to some of our units. There has been the installation of 12 EV chargers outside this office and at Renfrew County Place, improving our charging infrastructure. Public Works garages and paramedic bases have upgraded their garage doors and lighting. Public Works has also tried a new surface sealer that's less harsh to the environment and introduced natural noise barriers to reduce noise pollution. Our finance department is shifting to paperless operations. And this building, as well as hopefully soon, Renfrew County Place will introduce a food cycler, which is a countertop composter that will reduce our waste. Last but certainly not least, we have founded a climate action committee made up of council members, staff, and a public representative. And we've met twice in my time, and I believe that the committee will be essential in pushing climate action forward. In terms of what I have been doing in my time here, I began by determining a baseline of sustainable practices, which meant learning from each department what they were already doing. I assessed fleet electrification readiness, and while the size of the county is a significant barrier, we won't know where charging infrastructure is needed or where it would best be built until we try, so I've encouraged the trial of an EV truck in our fleet. I've drafted a climate lens tool for staff to apply to new projects, plans, and policies. The goal of this is to get staff considering greenhouse gas mitigation measures, climate resiliency, and alignment with county goals. I developed a climate change training for staff to complete during onboarding. Since climate change is unfortunately a polarizing topic, I believed it would be useful to define some basic topics and get staff thinking about it. I've consulted on the active transportation strategy as well as the forestry management plan to review them with a climate lens. And lastly, in July, I will be leading a webinar targeted to local agriculture businesses on climate impact mitigation strategies. Now, it is my recommendation that the Climate Action Committee consider declaring a climate emergency and adjust Ainsworth's Climate Action Plan for county adoption. Declaring a climate emergency acknowledges that global warming poses a severe existential threat, which is essential to reducing the stigma around climate change in this era of misinformation and disinformation. It is also a commitment to prioritize climate action and mobilize resources to mitigate the crisis. This recommendation is in line with many of the objectives of the official plan, specifically to maintain and enhance the quality of the natural, built, and human environments in the county, to identify and protect renewable and non-renewable resources, and to ensure that development occurs in a sustainable manner which considers the natural water systems, environmentally sensitive areas, and hazard lands. And as I mentioned at the beginning, this would be following many other municipalities throughout Canada and Ontario. Because we wouldn't be leaders in this, there are great resources now to support us in the process. So we have FCM's Green Municipal Fund. Partners for Climate Protection runs a 5-step program to build and implement a climate action plan. And Climate Caucus supports local elected leaders in taking climate action, and they have a readily available database of available grants, handbooks, toolkits for implementing different strategies, as well as an ongoing list of different policies other municipalities have already adopted. I think it's time we declare an emergency and take climate action off the back burner and put it front and center. Clear, actionable steps forward are needed, and that is how the county protects its residents and remains a great place to live. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Larissa, for an excellent presentation. And I know Director Davis has a couple of comments he wants to add. So, Mr. Davis.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much to Larissa. So since she's been here, she's been very engaged with each and every department, looking at how, basically, as she mentioned, a climate lens for everything from operations to D&P to long-term care to see what she can bring. And she has brought to these different departments and the Climate Action Plan Committee itself different ideas, new ideas and young ideas. Very fortunate that she's here with us with her observations as we move forward for different ideas. And as you see here with the recommendation, it's not a recommendation to this committee. We'll bring this recommendation to the Climate Action Plan Committee for the review and discussion, then flow through DNP, then County Council. So that's why you don't see it in your discussion topics today. But I appreciate her time, her effort, and her ingenuity and her knowledge moving forward. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Are there any comments or questions for Larissa? I'm seeing Petawawa.
Thanks, Chair, and through you, thanks, Larissa. Sounds like you've been pretty busy, which is good. I guess my question for you is, Director Davis said that you've been providing recommendations to different departments and suggestions on things that the county can do in terms of climate change mitigation. Is there any way that we as County Council can get a look at what the list is and what has been suggested, not so much as a checklist, but just so that we're aware of some of the suggestions, and then maybe we can incorporate them into our policies upcoming?
Through you, Chair. Yes, I could definitely work on getting a list together. A lot of it is, as I've kind of mentioned, following other municipalities that have incorporated different policies and through a lot of research that I've done, but I can definitely put together a list.
Admiral Brumley.
Thank you very much, Chair Brose, and thank you through you to Larissa. I'm sure that this was a challenge to condense the Reader's Digest version, if you will. A couple of comments. The projected average annual temperature is kind of a jarring chart. On the, what is identified here as the linear, what from my math days from a long time ago, I think that we would call the line of best fit, appears to show about a 50% increase in our average annual temperature. That is astonishing and eye-opening. The second, this is a question. The very next slide projected, and all of these images are for arm prior. Is that from a publicly accessible website that we could post perhaps on our website for all residents right across the county? You want to see what your community is projecting at? I think that there would be substantial value in that. Finally, yeah, on the last slide, I wonder if you could elaborate. I was of a mind that Ainsworth's climate action plan was specific to Renfrew, the county of Renfrew. So I wonder if you could elaborate on that comment.
Through you, Chair. Yes, so the graphs are available through Climate Atlas, and Arm Prior was kind of chosen by me at random, but there are other municipalities available through that, and it's kind of, you can put it under different emission scenario as you wish, so it could definitely be linked to a website. In terms of Ainsworth's climate action plan, it was specific to the municipal level, and the greenhouse gas inventory was specific to the county of Renfrew. However, the actions, some of the actions they listed aren't really within the county's scope. There was a whole section on waste management and just some things that weren't necessarily feasible to the county. So that's why my recommendation is for the Climate Action Committee to look it over and see, take some of it can definitely be useful going forward, but adjust some of it to be a bit more specific to the county.
Supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the response, Larissa, as well. So yes, it does dawn on me, because I think that we'd even talked about perhaps agricultural components, et cetera. But I think at its inception, Councillor Weir is on the Action Committee and probably will recall at the time, certainly the way I perceived this is there are those things that are entirely the wherewithal of the corporation of the County of Renfrew. But I envisioned that the County of Renfrew would be the champion also in the geography of the County of Renfrew, and can lead the way and can ultimately get to the point of being a support and a facilitator and a coordinator to bring together information such as you are doing here, in the inventories that you described of putting together, even in response to Councillor Service's question. So I think that there continues to be a value in even having that extrinsic applicability in addition to the corporation of the County of Renfrew, because I think that, well, I don't think it, I see it almost every day, that there is almost a void or a gap, and I think that one of the challenges that a lot of people in our community have, both on a personal basis and perhaps commercial, business, et cetera, is where do I start? And I think that the county can be that kind of beacon, if you will, or the trailblazer that can be scouting the path. So I would be careful of perhaps advancing the parallel paths.
Any further, Councillor from Greater Madawaska.
Mine's very quick. It was Climate Map, you said? Was it? Climate Atlas. Okay, thank you. And do you know how far they go back? Because I see this goes to 1999 on our scale. Do they go back further? Or, you know what? Don't worry about it. I'll look it up.
And in Whitewater.
Yeah, excellent presentation. And thank you for all the work that you're investing in this project. And I accept that it's just an interim position, but you are making an impact, so thank you. I just wanted to add to the list of hazards, and it's kind of building on what Councillor Donahue had talked about. In the geography of the county, not in direct control of the county, there are other hazards. And I look at the watersheds of some of our lakes. Muskrat Lake, Lake Clear, like they're at capacity. Phosphorus content is so high that it's now impacting development. And we're having to layer upon extra steps that we have to take in place to support these lakes that are at capacity. And we're doing that internally at the lower tier level. So I would just, your comments or your thoughts on, you know, that climate committee, the county, how could we incorporate a broader perspective on the impacts that we can make, even if they aren't county assets?
Through you, Chair. That's a great question. So I did actually, per your recommendation, attend a Muskrat Watershed Committee meeting, and it was very educational. And I haven't floated this by anyone, and I'm not sure of the feasibility of it, but it would be interesting if they would be interested in sending a representative to our Climate Action Committee or consulting with it somehow, because that would definitely, they do take up a large area of the Renfrew County, as well as the Ottawa River Keepers, I believe is another association. And so having them consult with us and include their views would be, I think, would definitely be influential.
Thank you. And thanks again, Larissa, for an excellent presentation. Warden, did you have a comment?
I just wanted to say Larissa was such a great ambassador of Renfrew County at the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus. You know, what you're seeing here today, they did want to steal her. Apparently she is highly employable. So thank you, Larissa. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. So at this point, I just wanted to get a sense from council. If they're willing to, we can skip through the communication, we could skip through the consent, but at least deal with some of the discussion items where there's recommendations. I've looked over to Gwen and she's okay. She's under no pressure to leave, but I want to get a sense from council.
If I may, Chair, I think the question to be asked is, does anybody else have to leave? Everybody else is good? I didn't ask if you want to, Gary. Thank you, Ann. So that's what I was doing. I was trying to count people, and if we lose 2 more people, that's it, and there's no point in going forward. If everybody is good to stay, I love your approach, Chair. I think that's definitely the way to go, but could we have 5 minutes for a bio break? Or the challenge is 2 of us can't be out of the room at the same time. Two cans. Right. Oh, I forgot about James. I didn't count him.
Is Tina okay to stay? No, I got a thumbs up, so.
Good job, thanks, Gwen. We're still on live mic right now on broadcasting, just a heads up to everybody.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I love that approach. Can we bring back the communications and the consents to the next ENP meeting? Or do we need to?
Or do we need to? A good question, yes. Is there anything anybody saw? And like communications is pretty straightforward. Yes.
Like, I don't think we can ignore them. Ultimately, the consent also has a resolution that we just received the consent reports. Like, there is a requirement to deal with the order of business that was presented. That is not to say that they would necessarily have today. They probably could be deferred to a future meeting, but we can't move on from them and just go to the exciting parts.
No. That's the problem, is that you do have recommendations for or resolutions for both to accept. But if there were things in either of those, how do we bring them back? Just defer them. Okay.
Okay, we'll see how quickly we can get through them. And
You do your bad self.
Okay. Yeah. So the next item is communications, and there's 3 communication items: the Cell Gap Project Monthly Update, the April Residential Market Activity Report, and the MMAH Stormwater Fees Regulation. Were there any comments on any of those items? Seeing none? So then I have a recommendation that the communications be received as information. Moved by Petawawa, seconded by the warden. Discussion, all in favor? That is carried, thank you. We will move to consent items, and just give me a sec here. So under the consent items, we have the zoning bylaw projects, the Ontario Land Tribunal decision, the GIS hub page, the invasive species update regarding oak wilt, the forestry roadmap released by the province, the Ontario Professional Forester Association Conference in Renfrew County, the Canadian Association of Nuclear Host Communities Annual General Meeting, community outreach workshops and events, travel trade familiarization tours, best bicycle-friendly business in Ontario, and Experience Ontario and Cultural Attraction Fund recipients announced, as well as finally the municipal accommodation tax update. Any comments on any of those specifically? I see Whitewater got a question. Yes, go ahead.
Thanks, Jared. Just a comment on number 5. And again, I'm harping on forest industry, but I know we have talked about our forest committee, and I'd like to see if we could ask that committee, once it's established and working, if it could review this and provide some feedback and recommendations for county council, please.
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Yes.
That's a yes. Any other questions on any of the consent items? I'm seeing none, so then I have a recommendation that the consent items reports be received as information. Moved by Laurentian Valley, seconded by Armprior. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. And now we will move to discussion reports. And item number 1, we've already taken care of. That's the draft forest management plan. Item number 2 is the Upper Ottawa Valley Drive property surplus land. Director Davis, the recommendation, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. On page 98 of your committee package, Upper Ottawa Valley Drive surplus lands, The recommendation that the Development and Property Committee recommends to County Council that the county-owned property on Upper Valley Drive, described as Part Lot 29, Con 1, Stafford Township, Part 2 on R Plan 20207 in the City of Pembroke be declared surplus to the needs of the County of Renfrew, and that staff proceed with the disposal process in accordance with Policy GA02, Disposal of Corporate Assets.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Moved by Greater Madawaska, seconded by Laurentian Valley. Discussion. Seeing none, all in favor? That's carried, thank you. Item number 2 then is, well, I guess we're moving right into bylaws.
Oh, sure.
Oh, sorry. Forest Sector Committee Terms of Reference Update and the recommendation.
Thank you, Chair. And item number 3, the Forest Sector Committee Terms of Reference, a bit of a housekeeping bylaw or housekeeping item. And the recommendation to put it on the floor that the Development and Property Committee recommends that County Council approve minor amendments to the terms of reference for the Forestry Sector Committee. 2, revise quorum to be defined as a majority of the voting members of the committee and clarify that the chair shall vote only in the event of a tie.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Can I get a mover and a seconder for the recommendation? Moved by Laurentian Hills, seconded by Head Claire and Mariah. Background?
Thank you, Chair. Brought to our attention that some of these items need to be addressed in case there is a tie and with quorum and different items like this. So working with our CAO, or County Forester, and Gwen Dombrowski, it'd be best recommended, as you see in front of you, to change the terms of reference to alleviate that type of issue. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any questions, comments? Seeing none, all in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Item number 4 is the transfer payment agreement to fund Enterprise Renfrew County for 2026 to 2029-2030. Mr.
Yes,
Davis.
yeah, thank you, Chair. And a good news story. And the recommendation to put it on the floor again, that the Development and Property Committee recommends that County Council adopt a bylaw authorizing the Corporation of the County of Renfrew to enter into a transfer payment, or TPA, with the Province of Ontario for financial and program support for Enterprise Renfrew County for a 3-year term commencing April 1st, 2026 and ending March 31st, 2029, with an option to renew for a 4th year ending March 31st, 2030 at the discretion of the province.
Thank you very much. You've heard the recommendation. Do I have a mover and a seconder? Moved by Petawawa, seconded by Township of Madawaska, hiding back there. I can hardly see him. Background?
Thank you very much. And this is basically a typical thing, however, a good news story in the sense of this is one of the items we've been advocating to the province about for a number of years, as you see in the report. We went to Queen's Park, Roma, AMO, a number of delegations looking for bigger support for Enterprise Renfrew County. And as you see here, not only is it a 1-year, it's not even a 1-year term, it's a 3-year term with a possible extension. So we have that stability that we're always asking for, along with a 10% increase. So good news story, and we're just finalizing this TPA. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Item number 5 is the official plan amendment, number 50.
We should vote.
Oh, sorry. Moving too fast. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Thank you, Gwen. Item number 5 is the official plan amendment, number 51. And the recommendation, Mr. Davis?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Item number 5, that the Development of Property recommends that County Council adopt and approve official plan amendment number 51, OPA 51.
Thank you. Do I have a mover? And it's moved by Greater Madawaska, seconded by Laurentian Hills. Discussion? Yes, Greater Madawaska.
Thank you, Chair, through you. Just to the committee, that I was in attendance at this meeting, and it went very, very smoothly, and everything was good with it. And the area being split is 14.5 hectares and 28.3 hectares out of a much larger area. So I'm all in favor for this.
Thank you. Any other comments? Seeing none, then all in favor? That's carried. Thank you. And then I have a recommendation that the discussion reports be received as presented. Moved by Laurentian Valley, seconded by the warden. Any further discussion? All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. We have no deferred reports, no verbal reports, but we do have a closed session. So I have a recommendation that pursuant to Section 239(2) of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended, the Development and Property Committee move into a closed session for the following reason: proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board, and it's Cecilia Street Housing. Do I have a mover and a seconder? Moved by McNabb Brayside, seconded by Admiston Brumley, that we will move into closed at 4:36 p.m. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Thank you, Tina, and welcome back, everybody. So at this point, then I will turn to Mr. Davis to read the recommendation.
Thank you again, Chair, that the Development and Property Committee recommends that the County Council execute a memorandum of agreement between Kinsman Court Home and for Men and Women, Pembroke Inc., Care for Health and Community Services, and the County of Renfrew to establish a cooperative framework for discussion and preliminary due diligence regarding the potential use of green space associated with 425 Cecilia Street.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. You've heard the recommendation. Can I get a mover and a seconder? Moved by Greater Madawaska, seconded by Head Clare and Mariah. Discussion? All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Is there any new or other business? Seeing none, then I have a recommendation that this...
Just based on
sorry.
Whatever was the last closed meeting that we had earlier today, should there be a little bit of discussion on what it is that we just passed? The general nature thereof, perhaps?
Okay, so I can share that discussion happened regarding potential use of the green space property at 425 Cecilia Street. Okay. And I did get a mover and a seconder, correct? All in favor? Oh, that's carried. All right. So I have a recommendation that this meeting adjourn and the next regular meeting be held on Wednesday, June 24th, 2026. Moved by Petawawa, seconded by McNabb Brayside. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you all so much for your patience. Tonight, yes.